You ready, Madam City Clerk? And it's your 39th now? It's your 39th wedding night? Today? All right. We're going to call to order the City Council meeting for August 14th. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll?
A quorum is present.
Public comments. Any persons wishing to address the City Council on any item of today's agenda other than closed session and public hearings may do so at this time. Mr. Coper.
Mayor, Council, I want to congratulate you on your bond refinance. I think that maybe the extra money you got, $10 million or so, before you spend it, you may be able to think, while we have it in our control, what else could we do to help the city along before we have to spend it?
Sir? Go ahead, Mr. Coper.
So, you refinance, fantastic, 7, now it's 3. Now, where could it do you any good in the near future? You guys go out to bid. You're almost like professional purchasing people. You buy so much stuff, but you pay so slow that everybody charges you extra. It really, people that can afford to wait 2 or 3 months for their money are not the little guys that are going to give you a good deal. So if we can start paying the bills, and that's what I'm talking about, paying the bills, a little bit faster, you got to pay them anyways. You'd be able to probably save 20 or 30% on your purchasing if the people get the money the next day. Something to think about. It goes a long way. I buy all the time, and I got the best deal because I give them a check when they show up, and they know they can make their payroll at the end of the week. Sometimes when somebody has to float 60 or 90 days, it's only on, they got to take advantage somewhere, and they jack the price up because they can afford to float. So it's something to think about. There's a little extra money in the house, so maybe that could help with purchasing. And I want to commend Public Works. I see they got a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff going on here in Public Works. And I just happened to change 700 feet of city sidewalks and worked with them on it. The guys are fantastic to work with. They're on time. They do everything they're supposed to. So I'd like to commend the Public Works.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome back. You guys didn't have a meeting last week, so I guess you just got some more money out of the city for doing nothing. Anyway, with regard to, before I start, with regard to those bonds that were financed and the $10 million that you said that you had received for work to be done on this building and other entities to make them earthquake-proof and repair the elevators and stuff, you also need to consider repairing these telecasts so that they don't have to break up these meetings with some of that money. But my question to you is that how much did you have to pay those people who got those bonds for you? Were you going to let us know exactly how much that money was really costing us? And did you, in fact, get the other $25 million that you talked about here? And if you did, in fact, was that money put into the general fund, or where is it, or have you not got it? With regard to tonight's agenda, with regard to this Public Works 6 thing, I was wondering, with regard to the synchronizing of those lights on La Brea, have anything to do with this DR1, which is these Metro Transit Authority, helping them getting these streets straightened out. And if it is, in fact, maybe they could help us in the synchronizing of those lights. I don't know that it has anything to do with anything at all. On this DR2, this idea of combining these lots, I hope that some of you had an opportunity while you're away maybe to go by and look at that project over there and exactly where it's at and how it's going to impact those people over there. Combining those properties and building two-story units when most of those things are one-story over there. And as I said to you before, that property is right behind a friend of mine who now will have to have people looking directly over him. So, I would hope that, you would give some consideration to the people who have been here a long time and not just approve these things willy-nilly with regard to the 6-unit garages and whatnot. So those are some of my comments.
Time,
and
Mr.
some of
Fisher.
my thoughts. So I would hope that you would consider some of that as you vote tonight. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I can't find it because I ain't got my glasses on. Where's the Endeavor? The space shuttle. Which one is it?
It's P1. It's on the
That's
third.
what I want to. Yeah, I want to mention that. I have a few little reservations about that. I want to ask after this, you all to please answer these questions, Council. I know the Endeavor. Everyone is excited and all this stuff. I'm not, because it ain't like Jesus coming. But I'm just saying, I'm thinking about us, stakeholders, the taxpayers. They're going to remove a whole lot of stuff. I was at a meeting last night with Mark Ridley Thomas, thanks to Mark Ridley Thomas, supervisor in the 2nd District. And we were discussing, we had that on the agenda. And I asked one question. This thing coming through here, who, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whoever, how much money are we going to get? NASA got all the money. We broke. The state is broke. Federal got all the money. But yet, certain people want to throw barbecues. That's cool. I care less about the space shuttle. How much money Inglewood is getting? I hear the poll's supposed to be taken down and all of this. Have anyone, all the taxpayers thought about and homeowners thought about this? What damage are they going to do to Morales District coming down Manchester? Going, I think it's going to be Manchester to Crenshaw, I think, or somewhere like that. What about the damages? What about our streets that, Mayor, you said you didn't have the funds to do because you had to do potholes first? I remember that when you took over. You said, I'll try to do the potholes until we get the grant, the money for the streets. Do you know how much this thing weigh? Could you guys just imagine? Everybody's wanting, like that big stupid rock everybody was following. Why are everybody so excited behind this? Where is the money? They're going to destroy our city. You all need to start thinking and stop worshiping idols, which is a sin. Think about how this thing going to destroy the streets and how are we going to get paid from NASA. They steal all the lottery money to put the fuel in the rockets. One person win, give me a break, when it's billions of dollars. Think about it, guys. We losing a lot of money. It's coming through Inglewood next month, and I think y'all should jump on it fast. Where's our money coming from? We need to get paid.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Diane Sembrano, and obviously have a very different opinion of the joys of the space shuttle and its coming through our grand community. Inglewood was created specifically for the aerospace industry. In fact, if you go downstairs, I think we have the flag up, or we should, where it was designated as the harbor of the air. And of course, Daniel Freeman at one time had wanted us to be the port city of the area as well. Banning won that debate, Phineas Banning, and so we don't have the port at our beach. However, the Space Shuttle program and all of NASA's accomplishments contribute to well over 12,000 items that are used by Americans every single day of our lives. I think there's probably not too many people in this room not dependent on a cell phone. How many of us Google? I think the majority of the people in this room do. Not to mention, anyone here got Corelware? Corningware? That's what the discovery of the heat shield brought us. You know, there's so many things, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of jobs. Westchester, Inglewood, El Segundo, Playa del Rey, all of the beach cities, about 7 of them, would not even exist today if it had not been for the aerospace program. Brought about simply because, well, that pesky little thing called World War II. Now, I know most people today don't even remember what World War II was about. It was that pesky little thing that, well, we could all be dead pretty soon. We could all be speaking German today. And a whole lot of us don't exactly look pretty blonde or blue-eyed, the choice of the master race. So guess what? If it had not been for those courageous young men and women who figured out how to create anti-ballistic technology, most of this community would not be here today. Not just the land, but the people. So I think it's only fitting that we honor the space shuttle. And you know, the thing that troubles me about it is that, well, you know where the McDonald's Golden Arches is over there on Manchester and Locust? That was the very first secret location of the Space and Missile Systems Organization. There used to be a plaque there, and over time, that plaque went away. I would think that the city should spend a couple dollars and at least put the plaque back, because you know what? We deserve the credit for having been the location that saved pretty much the entire United States from annihilation. You see, it was those men in those houses that never talk about what they used to do for a living that were truly the rocket scientists no one ever knew. They're dying off now. Some of them are still alive, but we owe an incredible debt of gratitude to each and every one of those early aerospace engineers.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
My name is Willie A.G., and I live in the beautiful city of Inglewood, and proud of it. Don't have too much to say tonight, but I want you to know one thing. I'm in 200% support of the shuttle coming through the city of Inglewood. This is what I call progress. It's going to bring money. People are going to come from far just to see it, and they're going to be spending money here in the city of Inglewood. So that's going to mean something to this city. Every penny we collect is something to help me out getting these parks the way I want them to be. So bring the shuttle on, and I'm proud of it. I pay plenty of taxes, and I don't have no problem spending my money, seeing my money being spent on something like this. I'm sure NASA will fix everything that they tear up. It'll be better, in better shape than it is now. So bring it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. A.G.
Yes, Renal Davis, 2nd District. My 2 cents on the space shuttle is it'll bring back fond memories. Way back in 1981, when I was freshly moved from Northern California down here to chase a dream I had from childhood, because I saw a picture on the wall of a restaurant in Vacaville of the first flying wings, and I said, I'm going to work for that company someday. And to have been able to go to Downey and see that actual shuttle being built, and she's coming home, basically. You know, I don't understand why somebody wouldn't want it to come back through one more time. My goodness. Okay, if it's heavy and a pipe breaks, well, it'll be fixed. It's not going to be doing it every week. And I hope that Inglewood will put its best foot forward. I'm going to mark the date, and I'm already going to apply to have the day off. I'm going to walk with it, because to me it represents truly a bygone era. When I moved down here in 1980, there were 250,000 dedicated aerospace employees. Now, it's probably about 5,000. The C-17 line closes, it's over. California will not have a major assembly line for large aircraft anymore. I find that almost unfathomable. If we didn't have that entrepreneur, what's his name? He owns SpaceX. Where would we be? I hope that the state can turn itself around and find its passion, its sense of adventure and frontierism again. And, you know, maybe the shuttle could inspire a young person, maybe a 12-year-old boy like I was a 12-year-old boy, and to say, someday, I'm going to work for that. Someday, I want to build something bigger or better than that. Instead of wondering who we can hold our hat out to and say, give us money. And my last 25 seconds, just to appease the peanut gallery, let's go black on it. The space program had lots of people working in it. My personal favorite is the black man who, as an engineer, created the air conditioning system for this craft called the Lunar Excursion Module. Without a black man's engineering prowess, those astronauts could not have gone to the moon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Stuart Bailey. I'd just like to comment about the space shuttle as well, and I would just like to thank Diane Zambrano for her true facts about the history of avionics in the space shuttles program. Now, as we all know, that this is a very educational time for the city of Inglewood to educate the minorities in our city, because we don't get a lot of opportunities to become space engineers or great mathematicians. These are things that the endeavor will, like Mr. Davis said, will inspire a child to do great things in their lives and will benefit this community and hopefully this whole country, and maybe positive things for the world. We don't know. But this endeavor could inspire one person, and that's all it takes, is just one person to do a miracle. And why would we want to stop an education of inspiration for people's education? Now, that's the key word here, education. Who here does not want to promote that? Those are my comments about the endeavor. Please, everyone, support it. Money can't buy, the negativity of tearing up streets and stuff like that. It's education. We'll pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Okay, we'll close public comment. Item 1, CSA 2 and H1.
Warrant register.
Move allow payment of the bills. Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Excuse me, I have a question on a couple of them, a few items here. Mr. City Manager, on page 6 of our list from August 2nd, 2012, 4 Points Transportation, check number 52283, provide bus transportation, $800. And it says it again, provide bus transportation services for $400. I cannot obtain any information in reference to what was this for. Page 6, and it's 4 Points Transportation. What was this item for?
Mr. Fields, if you don't have it, we'll just exclude that from this register and pay it next time.
Okay.
Next one, Councilman Stevens.
Well, the only reason why I'm concerned about this is because I'm having difficulty being reimbursed for bus transportation for residents that I bus to a public hearing.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know if that was for perhaps limousine service for one of my colleagues. So now, here we are here with another item here. 5222.5, and that's on page 1, checklist 8, August 2nd, 2012. As you know, we have 2 sets, but it's the 1, 2, 3, 4th item here. It's AJ Fistus Corporation, and it states here painting Rogers Park dance room for $2,263.40. $2,263.40 for just painting. The room is not that large. It's a quarter the size of this. Can you explain to me just exactly what work was performed for $2,263.40?
I don't think I can tell you any more than what's there. It's for painting of the room. Any details other than painting, I'm not sure.
I'm concerned about that because 3 months ago, this council voted for mirrors to be installed at Vincent Park.
Right.
And my daughter happens to be participating in that class along with other children from the city of Inglewood. And they haven't received their mirrors yet.
Right.
And the instructor, she was just curious as to what's going on with that. So
I can get a timeline for that, but it does take time to order custom mirrors for
they don't have to
rooms,
be custom. They just need to be mirrors.
Okay,
But nevertheless, I have
I'll
another
find out.
item here.
Okay, so let's go on to the next item.
So the next item is on page 1, August 9, 2012. It states here annual chiller service, 150 and 450 ton cooling unit. Can you tell me, it's $7,052.53. Can you tell me this chiller unit, where is that located at? My understanding is that it's here at City Hall.
Yeah.
We do have chillers here in City Hall,
Yeah.
but I'll have to
And this is for Inglewood City Hall.
Right.
So I'd just like to know, just specifically, if you could please, when it comes to our chiller service, what exactly was it that they were doing for $7,052.53?
I believe that's the maintenance contract, but I'll let Harry.
Mr. Frisbee, the maintenance on the chillers for the HVAC system for City Hall, he wants to know what the $7,000 is for the service.
I can, 1 second here, I'm going to bring forth our HVAC supervisor.
Okay.
I'm going to clarify, this is Juan Trinidad.
Yes, my name is Juan Trinidad, Public Works. It's mainly for the water treatment of the cooling towers and the chillers.
Okay, it's the cooling tower and the chillers on the 10th floor. I
Correct.
understand that.
Right.
But what exactly are we doing? And why?
They're treating chemically the water.
Chemically treating the water?
Correct.
How often? We only have to chemically treat the water once every...
Monthly. It's a monthly service.
I've never seen this item on this agenda before. I'm wondering if it interacts with these thermostats that are being installed in the in City Hall.
That's a totally separate item.
Are you sure?
Well, the 7...
Because
your question was the 7,000 and...
Well, we have. This is my point. This is my issue. I've got $7,052.53 being spent on chillers on an item that I've never seen on this agenda before, and I looked this over thoroughly. And my issue is that I have thermostats being installed here at City Hall. Something that
I know.
Something that is being proposed in order to keep council members comfortable, which I do not have a problem with the way City Hall is. But my bigger issue is that over at Vincent Park, I've got senior citizens that are sweating these past 2 weeks, and I placed a request into the city manager for an air conditioning unit almost 2 months ago over there. And the bottom line, these people haven't received it yet because we do not have the funding for it. I've got an issue with that. So, colleagues, I think that we need to get our priorities in order here. We're spending $7,052.53 for a chiller service.
Correct.
And we have a 450-ton and a 150-ton unit on the roof.
correct.
And you're telling me that we're doing what? We're not exchanging free.
Just let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What happens if we don't pay to service the chillers? What happens?
There'll be, you're talking over $1 million equipment that will be destroyed because we don't treat it properly.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you
that's all we need.
Well, no, that's not all I need.
What I'm saying is, Councilman, we can't go on about this one item.
Well, no, we have to go on with it because we're installing thermostats on this 9th floor to keep council members comfortable on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays.
That's not agendized right.
When I've got senior citizens over at the community center, at the senior center, who are sweating.
Mr. Frisbee,
at a
why don't you go through
facility when I gave the city manager a document identifying the cost.
Okay.
Based upon $2,600 cost.
Mr. Frisbee, why don't you go through with what we tried to do for the senior center? Why don't you
The
go
senior
through that?
center, currently, we installed a temporary power pole. Are contacting Edison as today to have the pole energized to be able to bring in a portable mobile air conditioning unit. We're expediting that. We're going to try to have it done earliest of next week.
Okay.
Now here's my question, Mr. Mayor. Here's my issue, Mr. Mayor. This was brought forward 2.5 months ago.
Guess what?
2.5 months ago, I submitted a proposal for this to be done, Mr. Fields, to your office, of which it wasn't done. You had to get clearance from the mayor. You had to go through a number of different channels for clearance, but yet you're the city manager. Now, I have a question for you, Mr. Frisbee. I have a gentleman here, right there. Sir, would you stand up? Both of you. This is Mr. Stark. He's with the air conditioning firm of the mobile unit. Mr. Stark, would you step to the microphone, please? Just step up, sir. Please, quickly. Thank you. Take your time. Don't trip. And Mr. Kilpatrick, step up also, please. Just very briefly, sir, would you tell us just how much is it going to cost your unit per month, please?
They did?
$1,340 per month per unit.
Per unit, and it's a 5-ton unit, correct?
Those are 2 5-ton units, right?
Thank you very much, sir. You can have a seat, sir. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Mr. Kilpatrick, you've seen the senior center, correct?
Yes.
In order for us to accommodate the unit that Mr. Stark just described, requires what?
A 200-amp panel.
A 200-amp panel,
yes.
Which means that you need to expand the existing panel, correct?
Correct.
Okay, sir. How much will that cost, estimate, if your company was to do it? And you're an Inglewood resident, licensed contractor, correct?
Correct.
And you've taken a look at it. And
yes.
you have done work for the city of Inglewood, correct?
Yes, I'm currently working for it.
Thank you, sir. Currently. Yes. How much would it cost, sir?
Approximately $4,000.
$4,000. $4,000. Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkpatrick. So, Mr. Fields, once again, I hope you see my frustration. Okay, $4,000 to expand a panel, $2,600 for 2 units for the senior center. We're spending here $7,052.53 on a chiller up above for just basic service, and we're spending $38,000 for thermostats on the 9th floor. While I have senior citizens at a community center that are sweating every day, calling my office, all because you haven't acted upon something that I gave you 2.5 months ago. I've got an issue with that. Mr. Frisbee, you're doing an outstanding job, sir. I understand that you moved on that, putting that pole in there, okay, and I know you would have moved sooner. But it wasn't until the mayor contacted you that you put the pole in the ground. Now, we still have to have it run by Edison power to the pole. But this is my point. Why do you have to be contacted by the mayor in order to do something that I asked you to do 2 months ago? You shouldn't have to be.
I think you're mischaracterizing what happened.
I
did not ask the mayor for approval to do what you requested, so that is a mischaracterization.
Well, why didn't you do it?
We've also given all the seniors the option to go to a cooling center at another park. All of them have said that they are not interested in going to it at this point in time. So I think you're mischaracterizing what.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing anything.
I did not consult with the mayor when you gave me that request.
Well, why didn't we move on it?
We didn't move on it because at the point in time it was I didn't get a chance to get.
Well, you told me you didn't have the money,
right?
But the mayor stated that he would use his transportation funds,
that's
and
an
so
option.
would I.
You could have given me
to have it done.
given me that option.
My bigger point. I told you that. Yeah,
Not
well,
when you
at that
gave me the
point you
original
said,
response. You did
well,
not.
I'll check with him.
Right.
Then later I asked you, and you said, well, you had amnesia. You didn't remember before you went on vacation recently. In the meantime, the following week,
Okay.
in the listen, gentlemen.
It really isn't. And
I am a councilman. I expect to be treated equally the same as anyone else here, without someone else having
Stevens, you're at time.
without someone else having to be
you're at time,
lobbied first to see whether or not they can provide service, whether or not services can be provided to my residents.
Okay, Councilman, you're at time.
Thank Mr. Frisbee. Thank you for your time, sir.
Mr. Frisbee, just to bring this to final clarification, the only way I became aware of this is because Councilman Stevens asked me what could we do to help the seniors on a hot day. He talked about a $2,500 rental for a month. And I said, well, we don't have the money in the budget to do that. I said, but I will pony up $1,000, $1,200 out of my transportation budget, which I don't use, if you do the same, and we'll try and get this done. This is not any big conspiracy. I went to Mr. Fieldswell. I said, I know we don't have the money, but this is where we can take the money from, so let's see if we can do this. Staff worked expeditiously. They found out there's only 200 amps that come into the senior center. They use about 190 amps on a daily basis. So we couldn't power a portable unit. That required us to go to Edison. And Edison said, yes, we can put another pole in there, but it'll take a couple weeks. Mr. Frisbee contacted them. I said, see if they can hurry it. And they've got busy on it right now. So the reality is that what we want to do is try and do something for the seniors, but this has been a pretty expeditious process as I see it, and I don't see Mr. Fields as waiting for me. He waited until he found out where the funds were going to come from. He can't allocate funds based on one councilman's request, but if we can take it out of our budgets, then we could do it. Then we found out we didn't have the power, so that's where we are.
Excuse me, Mr. Frisbee, are you in control of a fund for such an emergency, same as they do in Manhattan Beach and other communities, where you yourself could, in fact, in an emergency situation, spend maybe, say, $7,000?
Councilman Stevens, you're on my time, and I'll ask the question. Would this be considered an emergency, Mr. Frisbee? And do we have reserves even to do this as an emergency? Do we have reserves?
No, we do not have reserves.
Okay, that's all I need to know, sir. But that's going to be. We're going to call this time right now.
The budget is consisted of department heads having special accounts.
We're done.
The item stays on too. Yeah.
Okay, Madam City Clerk. All right.
Yes, a couple of questions with regard to the senior center. It being hot there, actually, that's not a new request. It's a new request from my colleague to my right, but that request was made last year, it was made the year before that, and it was made the year before that. Every time it's hot, it's overbearing in that facility, so I don't understand what's taking so long for it to even move forward. What are we waiting for, like a disaster? I do appreciate the comment that, yes, it can be an emergency when you have seniors there, and offering our seniors in the city of Inglewood who go to that facility to be with their friends at the Veterans Building, and they spend time there, they play games there, and they eat there, to say, if it's too hot here, we can let you go to another park in another city.
No, not another city.
Well,
Rogers Park.
The point is to send them somewhere else. They don't want to go somewhere else. They want to be with their friends. So I think it's completely unsatisfactory to do that, and I think we should have expedited cooling it there. And by the way, are you doing a short form agreement? What are you paying for these temporary cooling items with?
We will be doing a short form
You'll
agreement.
be doing a short form.
Yeah.
Have you?
I have not signed it at this point. Right now, as Harry mentioned, we're trying to get the electricity necessary to the senior center.
I'm just saying that I'm glad it's finally being done. It's going to appear temporary, but I think we're going to permanent.
Okay. All right.
I'm not finished. There was conversation. It was distracting. I'm just saying that I'm glad it's being done. I'm glad we're getting the power there. It's a little late, but it's being done. We have to make that facility environmentally healthy for the seniors who go there, because we have people there who are very, very elderly, and it's very hot there, very, very hot building. But also something else that was brought up here, which I believe is going to be on the agenda next week. It has to do with, I think, his original question regarding the chiller up on the 10th floor, having to do with the modifications to the air conditioning, which I believe was my colleague's first question. Did this expenditure on the warrant ridges have anything to do with the modifications? And I want to place it on the record here tonight, and I'm going to place it on the record next week when we have this discussion, that whoever's idea it was on staff to spend $38,000 of precious general fund money so the mayor could have a thermostat in his office, and so each of us could have a thermostat in our office is ridiculous. The 5 members of this body don't need a thermostat in their office. Whatever has been controlling it can continue to control it. And the staff report, which I looked up because I was told the council approved it. I'm saying nothing came before me about approving $38,000 to have a thermostat put into my office. And when I went back and reviewed the staff report, it talked about modifications on the 9th floor. And that's completely inappropriate. If you're going to do something to my office, I want to have a conversation. And I actually learned of this for the first time last Thursday when I got a phone call from staff saying, Councilwoman, when are you going to pack up your office? I said, pack up my office? What are you talking about? Well, we're going to be putting in new air conditioning ducts, and we're going to be putting in a thermostat so you can control your air and your heat. And I said, I didn't ask for that. I'm perfectly satisfied. If I'm here after hours, if it's a little bit warm, it's a little bit warm. If it's a little bit cool, it's a little bit cool. I recognize that City Hall is closed. $38,000, and that's just for the thermostat, apparently, and some of the duct work for that. That price didn't even include what else has to be done, apparently, which is the ceiling, I've heard, has to be replaced. And if we're replacing the ceiling, which is a hazardous material, we have to also put in the sprinklers. And I'm thinking, what are we doing here? That project is supposed to be well thought out, well planned, and we're supposed to know about it. So I don't even know what the final cost is going to be. Like I said, I'm placing the record. I object. I do not support any such activity going on here. When we're laying people off, we have a structural deficit. To me, it's such a frivolous expenditure, I can't begin to tell you how I feel about it. It's frivolous. And secondly, in 2 to 5 years, we just got some bond money. We're going to redo the whole 9th floor. They're going to rip out everything. In 2 to 5 years, this whole, what you see here is going to be gone. We're required to have our public meetings on the 1st floor. This is going to be reconfigured in office space. It's going to have sprinklers, new ceilings, everything. So what are we doing this for? I say it's a waste of money because it's going to have to be removed, because when you redo the whole floor, then they can't keep whatever little ducting they're putting in the back and along over there. It's just craziness. And I, for one, yes, it came before the council, but it didn't. It just, when I see something about air conditioning in City Hall, I'm thinking it's a maintenance and something that has to be done. So I didn't give it the attention it obviously deserved, but I'm giving it the attention now. And it's going to be on the agenda next week for us to discuss more fully. And so I appreciate the fact that it's going to be on the agenda, because the public has the right to know how their money's being squandered. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
So does that mean you're pulling the item?
No, we're not.
Everything is
No,
going?
no.
Okay. Councilmember Stevens?
We're going to pull the item in reference to the bus,
To the bus.
Cost, right?
Could you give me that number?
That item was...
Councilmember Stevens, I do have an answer for you on that issue for 4 points. It was for day camp to transport children.
Okay.
We have city buses.
Okay,
Well, I'm telling you.
okay, we don't have to pull it then. Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
Dunlap?
No.
Morales?
Aye.
Franklin?
Aye.
Mayor Butts?
Aye. P1.
PH1.
No. P, we're going to go straight to P1. It's on the 6th page. We have a guest here.
Mr. Mayor?
Could you...
Would you ask Mr. Stark and Mr. Kirkpatrick if you could just remain to speak with the city manager about what they discovered over at the
They can say
facility?
if they want, but...
that's not
But
it.
Would you ask?
we're going to go to P1. We have somebody waiting.
All right.
Presentation for the proposed transportation of the Space Shuttle endeavors through the city of Inglewood.
Where is this?
No, we're not.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and residents. I'm Lucy Watson.
I don't believe it's being amplified.
I apologize.
Already done it.
I'm Woozy Watson, Executive Assistant to the City Manager, and I'm coordinating the move of the Space Shuttle Endeavor for the City of Inglewood
along with Sabrina Barnes, Parks, Recreation, and Library Services Director, and Harry Frisbee, Acting Public Works Director. Tonight, Jeffrey Rudolph, President and CEO of the California Science Center, will give a presentation regarding the historic move of the Space Shuttle Endeavour through the city of Inglewood. Before Mr. Rudolph begins his presentation, I would like to briefly answer some questions that were posed by the public as well as give some background information. To date, the city has received $41,000 in permit fees associated with the move. City inspectors will accompany the shuttle as it's moving down Manchester Boulevard to ensure and to document any damage to the city's infrastructure. And all staff costs related to the move the day of the move will be covered by the California Science Center, including the police, which is, of course, a large expense. The Endeavour has completed 25 successful missions into space, including the first service mission to the Hubble telescope, as well as the first mission to add a U.S. component to the International Space Station. The Endeavour has several famous firsts, and some of them include it carried Mae Jemison, the first African-American female astronaut into space, the first Japanese astronaut of this shuttle program, and the first married couple to fly in the same space mission. Additionally, 4 spacewalks were completed during its first mission, which had never been done before. It is the only shuttle named by elementary and secondary students. With that, I'll turn over the presentation to Mr. Rudolph, who will discuss the award of the Endeavour, the arrival of the spacecraft and its route, the shuttle's impact to existing infrastructure, tree removals and replacement, and the display of the Endeavour at the California Science Center. After his presentation, both of us will be available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Welcome, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and residents. And also, I'd like to begin with a very large thank you to the mayor, Ms. Watson, Harry Frisbee, Sabrina Burns, and the whole team in Inglewood, as our team has been working with you, utmost professionalism, great support, and just to say that our goal is not only to get the space shuttle to the California Science Center, but to engage Inglewood and the people of Inglewood in celebration of that, and to leave things not just as well as they were when we came, but hopefully to make some improvements as we go and as we leave the city. And I also want to say to several of the people who spoke before during the public comments that I just really appreciate your comments. Personally, it's what motivates me, is to hear people talk about, and particularly to see kids. We're about inspiring interest in science and inspiring kids to meet their potential, and to hear so many of you so eloquently talking about that is really rewarding to me, and I thank you and hope to hear more from you. I've got a few slides over here, and we'll do that and just talk a moment about the, if I get this to work, there we go. Okay, here we go. About 4 years ago, NASA announced that they were going to retire the space shuttles and that they would have a national competition for award of those space shuttles to museums across the country. Over 20 institutions around the U.S. Submitted applications and competed for those. And I will say that we were not considered one of the favorites. We thought we had a good chance, or we wouldn't have submitted an application. We thought that California, being the home of the space shuttle, and particularly Southern California and the LA region, should have a space shuttle. We had a major role in the program. But most of the pundits, if you call them that, and particularly the East Coast press, figured that they would end up in places like the Smithsonian, which in fact got Discovery and was an automatic. All they had to do to compete was raise their hand and say, we want it. That was kind of easy, but they did that. Kennedy Space Center got Atlantis. That was also considered by most people almost a given, although they did have to compete, but that is NASA's own facility and they operate it. But other places like Johnson Space Center or Mission Control thought they should get it. And the United States Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio thought they should get it. And Chicago thought they had a good chance. And Seattle and many others. And most of the press was saying that until April 12th, 2011. Sometimes they mentioned us and said there's some folks out in California trying to get it as well. But that day we were thrilled to get a call from Charlie Bolden, the NASA administrator, saying, congratulations, you are getting Endeavor. And so we were awarded Endeavor. The Enterprise, which was the test vehicle used as a prototype to test landing, has gone to New York, to the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. Since that time, a lot's happened. That was actually before Endeavor's final mission. May 16th, this was the final launch of Endeavor. Last October, we were thrilled, and a few people here joined us at the Science Center where we had a title transfer ceremony where NASA actually transferred title to Endeavor to our Science Center Foundation, and this was me with the members of the crew of the last mission of Endeavor, STS-134. Commander Mark Kelly was the commander of that flight. This is just fun. I love to show it. There's forms in government. This was the Federal General Services Administration form for excess personal property. I think they use for a desk in the federal government or a chair. This was what they used to transfer the ownership of Endeavor to us. But if you can see it, you can see there's a pretty neat equity cost of $1,980,000,000. Probably one of the more fun things I ever signed. And NASA Administrator Charlie Bolden, Major General, and also an astronaut himself, shared this comment that he's pleased to share the orbiter with the California Science Center to help inspire a new generation of explorers. The next chapter in space exploration begins now, and we're standing on the shoulders of the men and women of the shuttle program to reach farther into the solar system. And that's really what we are all about. Our mission at the Science Center is to stimulate curiosity and inspire science learning in everyone, particular focus on those underrepresented in science, math, engineering fields. And this will, in fact, serve as an amazing opportunity to inspire people of all ages, particularly young people, to pursue their dreams and to pursue the dream of future education. This is a few pictures recently of Endeavor at Kennedy Space Center. When it comes here, hopefully September 20th, weather depending, to LAX, it will fly on the back of the shuttle carrier aircraft, a modified 747, and will be arriving at LAX about midday, we hope, on the 20th. The shuttle carrier craft and shuttle can't fly in any bad weather, so it's a little bit questionable on that. And then NASA will then do some work. NASA will then do some work at the airport. United is giving a space and a hangar there. They'll do some work to remove it from the back of the 747, place it on the transporter that we'll be using, and do some other work to prepare it for the transport. And then the route that that we're looking at comes out of the north side of the airport. I'm going to sort of working its way across Lincoln and onto La Tejera to Manchester to Crenshaw Drive, Crenshaw Boulevard, Martin Luther King. This is, here's the pictures. Demating, as they call it, taking Endeavor off of the, this was actually Discovery, Marty? Can you tell? They've done this twice now. The Discovery has been delivered to Washington, D.C., and the Enterprise to New York. Before that, it was about 25 years since NASA actually did this operation, other than at a facility where they had a machine made to do it using these cranes. So this is what they'll do at the airport at L.A. These are the transporters that we're using. Endeavor is fairly large. It's 122 feet long. Wingspan is 78 feet, and the tip of the tail is 78 feet high when it's on these transporters. We're using the a frame called an overland transporter that NASA used to move the shuttle from Palmdale to Edwards Air Force Base after they first built them and before they used them, and then placing those on 4 of these units called self-propelled modular transporters, which will allow us maximum maneuverability to avoid obstacles along the way, because these things can turn on themselves, and also spreads the weight over many wheels and axles so that we have less of an issue with weight. This is what it would look like. Again, it allows us to go over a median without damaging the median because we can straddle a median. And that's sort of a look at what this does. There is a fair amount of work to be done to clear the route, because it is big. Basically, any overhead power or communication cable that crosses the path, we have to temporarily relocate. There's about 50 of those in Inglewood. Some power poles, traffic lights, poles, traffic light arms, street lights, roadside signs, city signs, and a few traffic cameras all have to be temporarily moved. We have been working with your staff and believe that all of this can be done day of move, basically, and restored at the same time. We have contractors preparing to do that so that we minimize disruption. And trees, there are some trees that would have to be replaced, and we have actually really are thrilled that we are able to work together with your staff to replace, replant and replace all the smaller trees, replant the larger trees with more trees, and to, I might note that all of the replacement trees, working with your staff, will be the trees specified in your master plan for street trees. And so we are actually really pleased to be working with you to implement your master plan and improve that. And also to do a 2-to-1 ratio, and in some cases to do other improvements in the form of landscape improvements in the medians and the like. Some renderings here. Well, there's some Crenshaw Drive, which is one of the more sensitive areas, some renderings before and after, so we're doing a 2-for-1 replacement here. This is a median. I'm not sure exactly where. You probably know better than I. And this is a rendering of the improvements to the median afterwards. I don't know if you can see these terribly well with the lighting, but so the idea is to replace the trees and plant the median, so that would be an improved median. Some tree pruning in places where the trees are over the street and will be in the area. We would do some tree pruning. And temporary home of Endeavor will be in a new pavilion we built as a temporary facility on the west side of the Science Center. It will be displayed horizontally, same as it would be on that transporter when we open it. We're planning to open October 30th. And then in our permanent display, which we're now designing, this is the location of the temporary building. It's actually up now. And that's actually on the west side there by the left edge of this picture. The right side of the picture is where our permanent home, our Air and Space Center, will be built. We're saying about 5 years. That's all in the early stages of design now, and we still have a lot of money to raise, but we're getting great response from the communities we got to start our fundraising. In that permanent home, we plan to stand Endeavor up vertically as if ready for launch or being prepared for launch, which will be better than any of the other displays of space shuttles anywhere in the country. This is another fun rendering to show that our master plan for the Science Center, which we adopted in 1993, we had a vision of putting a space shuttle in a vertical position. So you see on the right here is our third phase of our Science Center was Worlds Beyond, and we were going to add a space shuttle orbiter. We dreamed back then what would be a world-class science center, Air and Space Center, and we said that one of the things we would like to see is a space shuttle because of its capacity to inspire so many people and encourage the future. So I'm going to, I think, stop at that point and take any questions. This is just more about the Science Center. I'm happy to go through that, but want to respect your time and about our master plan. That's all I have.
Okay. Are there any
It's
questions?
going round and round. So,
If you can just give us, Mayor?
Yes.
Can you just give us an idea as from the time the shuttle begins from LAX to its destination? What's the time span?
yeah, it will leave LAX, start from the United hangar where it will be at LAX. I think, Marty, correct me, about 1 a.m., midnight or 1 a.m. on October 12th, which is a Friday. Oh, here you go. Thank you. See, I'm the wrong person to ask. Your own staff knows better than me. We'll leave LAX about 4 a.m. on a gate at the north side. Cross Lincoln about 5 a.m. One of the more crossings is Lincoln. And then will be held in an area not far from there till about 2 p.m. on Friday afternoon. We've got a parking lot that we're going to be on. Then it will begin what is really probably the longest part of the route is a series of transmission lines, high voltage, that Edison has told us they cannot, whereas along the rest of the route, all the lines can be moved at once. These can't be. Only one at a time can go, or we jeopardize the whole power system. And we need 8 hours between each of these. Crossing each of these hours, Edison needs to do that. So what will happen is we'll have a series of moves. Cross Glasgow is the first of those wires at about 4 p.m. And then, and this is still all being worked out in detail with your staff and our move team, but it's a rough idea. Cross the 405 about 8 p.m. on Friday. And then at Ash, there's another high transmission line. At Inglewood and at Eucalyptus are the issues where Edison has some challenges. And so they'll be sort of slowly working through the night through those as Edison crews can move it to a Saturday morning kickoff here at Inglewood City Hall, where we would officially start the day we're really focused on is the 13th. We're encouraging people if they want to come see it. That's a day to see it. It's a Saturday. We would start in the morning here at Inglewood City Hall. Hopefully with a big celebration.
We lost the mic.
We lost our audio.
Oh. Is it better?
Tap the mic. It likes that.
Is that working?
There we go.
Here you go.
Okay. So we would start in the morning at Inglewood City Hall. And then the next time I show here is if we leave here at about 8 or 8:30, that we would be at Crenshaw and MLK at about 2 o'clock, where we will do a second celebration, City of LA's chance to celebrate a little bit. And then from about 2:30 till 7:30, we'll be working our way down MLK and into the park and to the Science Center. So that's roughly our schedule. It is still being worked out in detail, but it's a pretty good sense of what we're dealing with.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Rudolph, I want to really thank you and your crew for the great work you've done for involving the city in this historic event. This is something that our children will remember. I really thank you for the fact that the funding for the replacement of double the number of trees you take out that you're going to provide, you're going to pay for the security costs, and so we really do appreciate the partnership that you've engaged in with the city. Thank you.
If I may, before questions, I just want to make a comment similar to the mayor's. I, for one, am very excited, and I share the mayor's excitement with regard to what it brings to us coming through here. It's just a momentous occasion. And the fact that when the Science Museum was being designed in 1992, you had a place for a space shuttle is pretty amazing to me. So I appreciate that vision, that commitment, because it might not have happened. But if you believe it and you work towards it, it's going to happen, and we all benefit. And since I was in that area at one of the museums this weekend with my grandchildren, it's just a fabulous place for families. And typically, those museums are so inexpensive. It's just wonderful educational opportunities for this whole Southern California area. And I, for one, thank you very much for this specific
Thank you.
addition.
And I do want to, for the record, be clear. The Science Center is free. We fight really hard with the support of some of our state legislators upstairs and others to maintain that because we're about inspiring interest. And as I say, we're about science learning for everyone. So we work really hard to do that and appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Yes. I just like to say also that you have tremendous displays at the Science Center. My daughters, they enjoyed it immensely. But I would like to ask a question, Ms. Mausi. We had a resident who asked a question in reference to financially. What is the financial benefit for the city of Inglewood? That's my first question.
I think, well, the first part is that the city is not coming out of pocket for this event. This is a national treasure. This is something that will attract not just Inglewood residents, but people throughout the nation to our city here. And that's going to have an economic multiplier effect. Okay. In addition to that, there's permit fees that are being paid, being generated. So I mean, it might be a nominal. It's not thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we're going to, there's going to be beautification to our infrastructure, to our major arterial. There's going to be thousands of people who come and visit the city of Inglewood, and we're going to go down in the history books. They're going to say that this space shuttle came through the city of Inglewood, and that we were a good neighbor, and we participated in moving something that will never happen again. I mean, it's going to be a magical day.
Okay. I'm not opposed to it. I just simply want clarification, because when we first started down this path, I was under the impression that we were going to receive funding for the repair of our mediums in the middle of Manchester Boulevard, which travels through my district as well as also 3rd District, from Mr. Morales' district. So is that still part of this package, where our mediums?
It's probably
are going
very
to be replaced
difficult.
in the center?
It's very, very difficult to see, but you know, the Parks Department and specifically Sabrina's fought really hard to ensure that there's irrigation and that there's landscaping in the medians. And so
where we have dirt right now, we're going to have
landscape.
Yes.
Landscaping.
And I can't get back to
through,
that,
right?
but I'll make sure you get a copy of that rendering.
I did not hear that in the presentation initially.
It was.
Mr. Randolph.
I'm sorry. I
skimmed
tried to
over
point
that.
it out, and the slides
It's right
don't.
there.
Right there. The slides don't read it.
Okay.
very
You did.
well.
You did.
All right, very
You pointed
good.
it out.
Okay. But just for clarity, that's what we're receiving. So where we have dirt now, we'll have various plants and decorative features
Yes.
for our mediums, correct?
And I'll make sure, yes, there's the
Okay.
photo right there, and I'll make sure you get a copy.
Okay, so that's a financial benefit, I would say, wouldn't you?
And I said
Watson?
beautification to our major arterial.
Okay. You have an estimated dollar value on that, Mr. Randolph? What you think that might be?
I honestly don't know the dollar
No?
value. We can find out. I don't.
Okay,
know.
it's just something for the public to know.
No, we can help on that. We'll get that. And I will say, this is one of the other things that's right here, and I'll share that. You know, this is all. We're a nonprofit as well, and we're trying to do this. And we've reached out to our community and had tremendous support in the broader LA community, so that in fact, a lot of this landscape work is being donated. When major landscape companies donating the work to us because they're supporting it. So that's why I don't have a value off the top of my head, because we're not paying for everything.
I just want the public to
But
understand
we'll
that
get the value on that.
this is by no means a situation where it's one way. You are actually stepping forward, and you're actually leaving Inglewood actually in better condition than before you arrived.
That is very much our intent. We plan to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Yes, Ms. Barnes.
Right.
Excuse me, if I can comment, I just want to paint an accurate picture. Those are the bullheads of the median. While we won't have dirt, we won't have fully planted from edge to edge medians. We also have to think about the care and the upkeep of that and the maintenance. So when they leave here, we want to be sure that we can also upkeep it. We believe it's going to be a major improvement, but what happens there is if we plant that entire area out, and I'm sure you've noticed it, just as my guys go clean it, trash is collecting, it looks like we've never been there. And so we don't want to leave that impression. It'll look good for a second, but 5 or 6 months from now, you'll be mad at us.
But well, we're not going to be mad at you after we repair these mediums, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I
very
think
good.
we had a wonderful exchange. We believe it's going to be a great improvement, and ultimately, what you're going to see there, you're going to see it's going to grow. It's going to be magical. But ultimately, it's preparing for our canopy for the long range.
Gotcha.
So it's not a temporary fix. It's a long-range plan that we're ultimately trying to improve the city's canopy overall.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Councilman Morales.
Likewise, obviously we'd love to thank you for just giving us the opportunity to just host this type of event. I think it's unfair completely to try and put a monetary amount on plants and trees that you may be able to get donated that would improve the city. It would be kind of a shame to just leave it at that amount. The bottom line is we're receiving something that's priceless. We're constantly arguing with press about how our image is just not delivered in a positive light on a daily basis. And here we have a great opportunity, which we're going to see not only, I'm sure, covered by some of the major papers, but the news stations and everything else, where Inglewood will be seen as having been capable to work with a group such as yours to really accommodate this kind of transportation, not only with your group, but our capable staff. the leadership here, and just the fact that the history will be told that Inglewood participated in this type of event. So if you want to place some sort of value on it, you just can't buy that type of positive energy and that type of positive announcement to the entire country that Inglewood's on the map. And it just happens to be in a year which a lot of large projects are coming to the city of Inglewood. We've been in the paper positively. This is a great momentum. Aside from that, it's just a great thing to have it come through here. Historically, it's amazing for our children. Us be able to get them out on the side of the street and just point at it, take a picture. That's amazing by itself. But we're getting bonuses left and right on it. So I just wanted to thank you and just really shine some light on what truly we're getting here. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you again and again. It truly has been a pleasure to work with you. And I will say that we are getting a lot of media attention, and your mayor has done a great job representing the city of Inglewood at all of those press opportunities. And I'm always embarrassed to have to speak after him. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, what's the next scheduled matter?
The next scheduled matter is a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution finding the City of Inglewood to be in conformance with the Los Angeles County Congestion Management Program and adopting a 2012 local development report.
Has the notice of this hearing been given in the time, form, and manner as required by law, and do you have the affidavit on file?
Notice has been given and affidavit is on file.
Have any communications been received?
No communications have been received.
Mr. City Manager, is there a staff report? Welcome, Mr. Lockhart.
Sorry to turn on.
The item before you is a public hearing. Excuse me. The item before you is a public hearing associated with then your consideration of adoption of a resolution finding the City of Inglewood to be in conformance with the Los Angeles County Congestion Management Program, or CMP, and adopting the 2012 Local Development Report. This requirement stems from state law in which counties are required to prepare and implement congestion management programs. Here in Los Angeles, that responsibility comes through the Metropolitan Transportation Authority for Los Angeles County, or Metro. The Congestion Management Program links local land use decisions with their impacts on regional transportation and air quality, and provides for development of a partnership among transportation decision makers, and seeks to devise appropriate transportation solutions that include all modes of travel. In your report, you have a draft resolution, the report and background information from Metro regarding the program. That concludes my introduction. After hearing public comments, I'll be available for questions.
Are there any persons present who wish to address the council on this matter? Close public comment. Is there a motion?
Move adopt the resolution.
Second.
Madam City Councilman Stevens.
Mr. Lockhart, does this have any bearing, any ramifications pertaining to crossings with light rail at Centinela, Lawrence?
No, sir.
Has no impact?
No, sir.
Okay. Have any impact regarding the 3,000 plus units being built on Hollywood Park property?
No, sir.
Well, here's my question for you. This document identifies residential development adjustments, single-family residential, multifamily residential, new development adjustments. Do those structures have to actually physically be built, or is it, how do you calculate that?
The data comes from the Planning and Economic Development Department, and this reflects information from the Building Division relative to permit issuance for a one-year period from June 1st of 2011 through the end of May of this year.
So the structure has to physically be built and completed for it to be entered here. Is that what you're telling me?
It's a reporting of the issuance of building permits.
Okay, well, you can receive a permit and not actually have the project completed, so.
Well, you have the case where there would be building permits issued during that period. The project may not start or may not be completed by the end of that period.
So are those calculations, so does that project then become part of this calculation here?
It's a reporting of the building permit issuance activity, and it includes also then demolitions.
Okay, Mr. Lockhart, I'm not really clear with your answer, but I'm concerned that somehow in agreeing to these numbers, then we are in fact saying that this is what exists here in the city of Inglewood.
It's a reporting of permit issuance for that year. This is information that is standardized and required of all of the 88 cities in Los Angeles County for reporting purposes.
Is this something that we need in order to mitigate traffic here in the city of Inglewood?
It's necessary to continue to receive some types of gas tax funds and also to be eligible for state and federal transportation funds.
Okay. So in order to secure our gas tax funds, we need this document.
Yes, as indicated in the packet information, adoption of the resolution by first is required.
The public's input is needed for what reason?
It's a requirement of the process, sir.
Is the public actually saying that you can bestow upon us more traffic with this document? Meaning that a person could come to that microphone and say, I do not agree with this construction management plan. It's inaccurate, that it's going to create more traffic in my community, therefore I'm opposed to it, and then step away from that microphone. Is that what this document, is that what this process is for?
The process is intended to monitor development activity throughout Los Angeles County and to look at then the funding of transportation improvement projects throughout the county consistent with that ongoing growth and development. Public comment could take any number of forms as to how the city or the region could be meeting that challenge of new development generated traffic.
Okay, Mr. Lockhart, I think I have my answer. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens?
No.
I'm sorry, you said no?
On further, are you on the item itself, or further reading?
There's no reading.
Okay, so I'm voting no on this item.
You're voting no on the item, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Madam Clerk, what's the next scheduled matter?
The next scheduled matter is a public hearing to receive input on the Inglewood Housing Authority annual plan for the fiscal year 2012 and 2013.
Has notice of hearing been given in the time, form, and manners required by law, and do you have an affidavit on file?
Notice has been given and affidavit is on file.
Have you received any communications?
No communications have been received.
Mr. City Manager, is a staff report.
Yes, Mr. Andrew Pacheco, Housing Manager, will give the staff report.
Welcome, Ms. Pacheco.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. It is recommended that the Chairman and the Housing Authority members conduct a public hearing to receive input in the Inglewood Housing Authority's annual plan for fiscal year 2012 and 13 and approve the plan for submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. We've included the plan in the process here for review, and we've posted it in the library and in our office for anybody's review. In addition to that, we're required to have an advisory board meeting, and we did that, and we invited everybody that was part of our program. 100% of them were invited, and 70 of them came to the meeting and gave us some input. Some of the input that they referred to and critical concerns were crime rates, occupancy standards, payment standards, rent increases, Family Self-Sufficiency Program and the Homeownership Program. The staff addressed each issue individually. A list of the participants who are interested in the FSS and homeownership programs was compiled in letters will be sent out for orientations to the respective programs prior to the end of the fiscal year. And as part of the annual plan, we include our annual goals and objectives that we have. We submit this plan on a yearly basis, and we also submit a 5-year plan, which will be due in 2014. That concludes my presentations. If you have any questions.
Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on the matter? Please, Ms. Austin.
Hi, Angie. I need to ask a question about the first-time buyers program that you were speaking on. I made a call to Pamela Thickpen, and I asked about this first-time buyer because it's a home on 111th Street I went over there and looked at. Now, this is considered a government HUD project, a government project, right? Am I right?
The Home Time First.
Yeah.
If you're talking about that project, if you're interested through the Section 8 program and you're a Section 8 recipient, then yes, you would qualify.
Okay. This is my main question I'd like to ask. I'm sure certain council members have been asking this one question. How could it be, I was told when I called that a home, they want you have to make $200,000 a year. This is what this girl told me when I called Pam Thickpen office. And I said, $200,000, the only person make that is the city manager. I mean, really, the president only make 250 more of the United States.
I believe you have to qualify for a loan.
But why would we have to qualify when I'm asking the council, not you, Angie, because you don't make the law. I love you. But why is it? It's called First Time Buyers Program. Who today sitting up here make $200,000 a year?
No, she said qualify for a loan of $200,000. Qualify.
No, this is not what I said. Don't interrupt me. I know what I said.
Okay.
It's my time. Okay. I called Pamela's office. She distinctly, the girl answered the phone and said, you must make a $200,000 income. That's what she said to me. She didn't say about no loan. No, your income, your credit. I could send you an application, but I'm gonna tell you now, your income must be $200,000. Not one of you all up here make $200,000. How is that so? This is not considered a government low-income first-time buyers program.
That information was given to you incorrect. It is a $200,000 loan approval.
Okay, well,
and
that's what she didn't say that to me.
And you can refer to that information in...
She didn't say that to me. And why would it be if it's low income? A low income in the first time...
It's affordable housing.
Affordable housing. Mm-hmm. Okay, Angie. Why don't it start off with affordable housing? You would say $18,000 to $25,000 income. Why the application has to be $200,000? Who could afford to buy a home or get approved from any crooked bank off Wall Street that's broken and gone bankrupt? $200,000 loan. To me, how could any one of us afford something like that? I mean, it's something the council members should think about, because it's not right to the people. It's not fair, not you, Ange. I love you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin.
I think I'd like to clarify that. I think median income is $40,000, and a $200,000 loan is about $1,100 a month. And so if you make $40,000, you qualify for the median income. So that's the overall price of the house is maybe $200,000.
You qualify. That's better.
Council members, to me, the whole thing is rather amusing because I think we are the already low income, so I can't figure out how some of you don't go to SCAG and suggest that we no longer need to build more low income. Those projects should be in the communities that don't have
quite so many low-income residents. I think that would be the thing to just persuade SCAG that we've reached the maximum of low-incomeness, and it's only our elected and employees who are not in that low-income bucket. My concern is that you chose, by your decision, to purchase a home to put on this list that is clearly in one of the richest areas of our community. That's not a low-income home. And yet, tax dollars are being spent to pay those home ownership fees month after month after month while it sits vacant. I think those are concerns about how dollars are spent, the wise decisions that are not made. And I would hope that somewhere along the line, HUD actually does a review of the decisions that have been made, because clearly they were not in the best interest and the best use of tax dollars.
Now, when this HUD thing was presented to us, if I'm not mistaken, we were 1,648 houses short of homes that we had to provide for people who had lost their homes here. Is that correct or not?
I believe that most of the questions that are being asked are reference to affordable housing and neighborhood stabilization program, not the Section 8.
No. I wasn't concerned about Section 8 per se, but it seems to me that part of this had to do with some 1,600 homes that we had to replace, that we had housing to replace that we had lost. And I guess my question was, in this 12-13 year, how many housing units are you then proposing that we have? I know you got this Regent project down here, and it won't be finished in that timeline. You had these 4 homes that they're working on selling, but with regard to replacing housing that we need, where are you at, or where will you be within this year? Do any of you have any idea?
Under affordable housing, 258 replacements.
In the
affordable housing. This is
the
Section
12, 13
8.
years.
Today we're presenting in reference to the Section 8 program. What you're referring to is affordable housing, and yes, the replacement is scheduled at 258 for this following year.
In the 12-13 housing year. Okay, and I guess that's part of those 4 homes that...
No.
It's not?
No. That is neighborhood stabilization program through the CDBG grant.
I see. Thank you. Well, the other concern I had, and I guess that was again from redevelopment money, but as they voted to add staff, your staffing here the other week, I think they had 2 or 3 people they were going to add to your staff.
2 people were added to the affordable housing part of the housing authority.
And as they voted on that, I think for the 2 months period, there was some $66,000 for those 2.
Correct,
positions?
for affordable housing. So it's
Two
2 different programs. You're referring to affordable housing. Today I'm presenting on Section 8.
All right, but as to those 2 positions, it was $33,000 per month for those positions?
No, you're talking about the amendment that was presented. That amendment was for July through September to cover the cost of 2 employees with benefits and salaries for affordable housing to replace these housings that you were inquiring about.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Close public comment. Is there a motion?
I have some questions first.
All right, Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
One of the comments that you have written in the staff report, it says that a program participant inquired about the police activity in her building. I'm just reading from the staff report. And that the housing staff reiterated that They're working closely with the Inglewood Police Department to reduce the crime rate and criminal activity within the units and buildings that house Section 8 program participants. I'd like to know what those activities are. Working closely with, doing what? What's the plan? What's the program?
Okay. We have a police officer that will be joining our team starting tomorrow, and that's Officer Laudermilk, and she'll be working closely with us for any reports that are coming through our office and through the police department so that we can verify the activity if it's coming from Section 8 participants or not. Mm-hmm. And then we're moving forward on terminations if information is true after they've had an opportunity to go through a fair hearing and present their cases. So we're actively starting that program tomorrow.
Actually, which brings me to my second question with regard to those hearings. We have a housing commission, and my commissioner informed me that there has not been a meeting for 2 years.
There's one scheduled for August.
No, I understand that. She brought that to my attention. There's one scheduled now, but she posed a question to me as to why have there been no meetings of the housing commission, and I couldn't answer that question. And I'm surprised that we would have a public hearing tonight to be discussing this particular item with regard to the Inglewood Housing Authority's annual plan, and yet it's never apparently been presented to the Housing Commission because they haven't had a meeting for 2 years. One would think that this particular item before us would have been presented to the members of the Housing Commission several months ago at least, to give them an opportunity to give input and so forth. Before it even came to us. So why was that not done?
What was sent to the Housing Commission was a copy of the annual plan for review.
No,
and
just
an
a moment. It's
invitation.
my understanding there's been no meeting of the Housing Commission.
Correct.
So when you say it was sent for review, there's been no meeting. I'm suggesting that there should be a meeting for them to have staff there to present, to discuss, and so forth. There's been no meeting.
There was a meeting for orientation. I believe that was earlier this year. I can't recall the month. And we have the scheduled hearings for this coming month. And we did invite everybody that is on our commission to participate in the RAB meeting, which is required
I
for
understand
us to present. But we're not required to present it to the Housing Commission.
Well,
We're
then
required-
I have a problem with that. I mean, it should, as a matter of course, that's what they do. That's their business as the commission. That's like saying, if you're a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, that we're going to do things at the parks, but we're not going to bring them before you because there's nothing that says we have to. Meaning, I believe that the Housing Commission should be reviewing this. And I understand that they were invited to the RAB meeting. I understand that. That's here in the staff report. But that wasn't my question. I'm saying a commission meeting, an official, they are commissioners of the city of Inglewood. And that should have been on an agenda of theirs to discuss this report and have a chance to ask questions. So I'm very concerned that we did not do that. I'm going to say we failed our commissioners by not having staff call the appropriate meeting and having them review it. That's their job, just like the Aviation Commission should be reviewing airport issues. Parks and Rec should be reviewing things that are going on at the parks. Planning commissioners review items of planning for the future of the city. That's what they should be doing. So I think there's a missing link here in this picture that we moved forward. We met with the residents, of course, because that's a requirement of law, but we did not have a meeting of the commissioners to bring this up to them and have this discussion. And I'm aware that there's going to be hearings. They're going to be hearing cases regarding tenants, correct?
Correct.
And yet they had no participation in this whole thing we're doing tonight of the annual plan, and yet they're going to be hearing some very detailed cases and making important decisions on individual cases. They should have had an opportunity to review all of these documents beforehand, talk to staff, become more educated, and learn more about this. So I'm very concerned about that. Now, one statement with regard to the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, which I understand a Section 8 person could qualify or apply. There is a $150,000 silent second possibility, and that means, let's just say the house was, say, $300,000, which I don't know, I'm just throwing a number out. There's a possibility of $150,000 silent second. A silent second, if you qualify for it, you pay. Silent means just that. It just takes right off the top of the price, so you're actually only buying a $150,000 home. The second is placed as a note on the property. You pay no interest, and there's no interest charges being accrued. So it's your payment only is based on the difference. It's very valuable. So I do, even though this is about Section 8, this hearing is about Section 8, I always like to put a plug in for all of the people out in the community who might be able to qualify for this affordable housing. Call up the office, find out, go through. You do have to take some training. You have to qualify, but it's affordable housing. Based on the number of family members that you have, you can qualify for these 4 homes that we paid way too much money for. 1% under the appraised value is not the way one goes after foreclosed properties. You buy them from the bank at about half their cost. Thank you for the interruption, Mayor. I appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome.
Mayor, comment?
Councilman Franklin.
Yes, I just want to piggyback with the concerns raised by the residents that we already have enough low-income housing in the city. The fact remains that the federal government mandates that we are required to have low and affordable housing in the city, and the more homes that is built at market rate, the more affordable housing is going to be imposed upon us to have to provide. And so as we're gearing up for the Hollywood Park project, which is going to have close to nearly 3,000 at market rate housing, that means it's going to increase the number of affordable housing, at least in the neighborhood of another 400. So I want you to be made aware of that I know someone thought that 600 was going to be the benchmark. That's nowhere near it as long as we continue to have affordable housing, which can be a good thing because now it is, in fact, providing us job opportunities. Also, there's fees, et cetera, that the city receives to help provide for us to sustain the city. So I just want to make sure to be aware of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Move item 2 and 3.
I have a comment.
I second.
Councilman Stevens.
Thank you.
Councilman Stevens. I thought he did.
Ms. Pacheco, where do we stand with the code violations for those individuals who are involved in the residential sound installation program? We were supposed to have money allocated for them for code violations for those individuals. Where are we at with that?
I do not handle that department.
Well, I understand you don't have
and do not have that information.
But that was to be handled through
what enforcement?
No, through this funding here, through this funding source. No. Our, Mr. City Manager.
I believe those are home funds that are being used for that purpose, and Pamela Thickpen is in charge of that, so we can get an update for you on that.
Okay. So now my next question is this: when it comes to in your document here, it says market the Section 8 program to owners outside of the areas of poverty or minority concentration. What do we mean by that? Market the Section 8 program to owners outside of the areas of poverty or minority concentration. What does that mean?
When somebody comes into the program for the Section 8, that they be able to access any type of housing within the community that would be affordable to them. So we provide a list in our office giving them addresses to landlords that want to participate in our program, and that includes landlords from all over the area of Inglewood, not just in certain particular areas of Inglewood.
Okay, so I have people in the community who have come to us, they're losing their homes. This council gave, wasn't your office gave you direction in reference to, I get Ms. Thickpen, you and Ms. Thickpen almost work side by side, so I get you sort of mixed up here. But we gave you direction, or one of you direction, to establish a policy regarding foreclosure assistance for residents here in the city of Inglewood. Where are we with that? And can any of this be used for that?
No.
None of this funding can.
This is Section 8 exclusive, what we're talking about here. So this has to do with people who are on the voucher system or portability that comes into the city of Inglewood. For the program that you're talking about with Ms. Tigpen, I do not believe that there's any funding available at this time. There is going to be funding available in October through the Rapid Rehousing Funding and Homeless Prevention Funds.
Okay, so as my colleague from the 4th District likes to say, piggybacking on that, I want to ask you this one more question.
Okay.
A person is foreclosed upon their home. They no longer have anywhere to stay. Is there any way that we can engineer this Section 8 program so that they are allowed to go to the head of the list? Since they are a resident who's lived here for many years, they've now lost their home.
Now they find themselves going to St. Margaret, but St. Margaret says that they cannot help them. Can we re-engineer this some sort of way so that they would simply come to the City of Inglewood, your office, and you would be able to place them at the head of the list, the same as we do other people? If you're handicapped, I understand, you're able to go to the head of the list when it comes to Section A. Is there any way that we can modify this to assist them in that way?
The council is permitted to request that as part of the waiting list preferences, if that's something that they want to do for the following waiting list that will be open. It cannot be something that we can incorporate in the current waiting list. We still have about 260 people waiting on that list.
Okay. So
When we finish
hold
it,
okay,
yes.
You want to finish it? Yeah.
When we finish the list, if that is something that the council wants, then I can do that as a preference, and we can put that in our policies for the following list, which would be about a year and a half from now.
We cannot incorporate that in this?
No.
Why?
We cannot incorporate it in our current waiting list. Your question was in reference to the waiting list. We would not.
Understand what I'm saying. Person, home is foreclosed upon. A bank actually comes out, they send people out to put their things out of the house. They have to get a U-Haul vehicle, remove their belongings. They have nowhere to go.
Correct.
I send them to St. Margaret's. St. Margaret says, well, we've used up all the vouchers. That's another story. I'm trying to ask, what I want to know, there is no way that we can, this is a public hearing, there is no way that we can modify this program here today so that these people could be able to receive Section 8 vouchers as an emergency stipend?
What you can do as a council
Yes, there you go.
is from any of our funding that we have available through administrative funds, you could request a certain amount for us to set aside to be able to accommodate that.
Okay. Colleagues, I'd like to make a motion that, because we haven't moved on this item yet, because I hadn't spoken.
We have a motion on the floor, though.
I beg your pardon?
We do have a motion on the floor.
Well, why would they make a motion before I had the opportunity to speak?
I don't know why they would do that.
There is a motion on the floor.
I would like for the person to simply withdraw their motion so that I can present a motion that we adopt what Ms. Pacheco has just prescribed.
Mayor and City Council, what I would recommend is that you direct staff to develop a plan to bring back for your approval as opposed to adopting something tonight.
We have a tendency, Mr. Fields, all due respect, we have a tendency to develop these plans, but these plans never meet fruition. They never come back.
You could request to come back dates certain. We could ask Ms. Pacheco how long it would take. And
Ms. Pacheco, date specific. When do you think, how much time would you need to prepare such a plan?
It would take me about a week to prepare the information for council, and then about 3 weeks to put it on the agenda for about 30 days.
Why don't we give Mr. Fields, would it be appropriate to give her 40 days, Ms. Pacheco, 40 days? Colleagues, would you agree with that, 40 days for Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Just only question, is there a time restraint?
No, what Councilmember Stevens is requesting is a new program, and as Ms. Pacheco mentioned.
Right. So, Madam City Clerk, would you call the roll?
No, Mr. Mayor, do we have to vote to give Ms. Pacheco this direction?
No, we don't. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Wait a
Just a
minute.
minute, if you may.
No.
I just want some clarity.
Yeah.
So is this going to be accomplished, Mr. Fields, that she will bring it back within 40 days, this plan that's outlined, as she's suggesting?
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, Ms. Field. Councilman Morales has not had a chance to speak. Go ahead, Councilman Morales.
I just think we're using this opportunity here, that's the public hearing, which we need to adopt, to bring about, to consider another program. First of all, I don't think it's appropriate. Second of all, we're basically targeting a certain amount of money, and we're directing you to bring it back for a program that we know nothing about.
And that's why I suggested that we have some opportunity to come back and see. I'm not sure how much money is available for such a program.
But my point is, yeah, exactly. What exactly are you asking for direction for? Because it would be inappropriate for us to direct you to spend money on a program we don't know how it would work.
And this is not agendized anyway. So, Madam, I'm going to say one more time, colleagues. This is the end of this. Madam City Clerk, would you call? Madam City Clerk, call the roll. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Council members, Stevens.
What? Wait a minute. We're conducting the people's business here.
Madam City Clerk,
wait a minute.
a no vote is an abstention, so please
No, it's
just
not a
call
no
the
vote.
roll.
It's not a yes
Call
vote.
the roll, Madam Clerk.
Dunlap.
What?
Mayor, I do not object to the items that are before us. I would be voting to approve. But this
Right.
is a public hearing on Section 8, so actually...
And actually, everyone has exceeded their 5 minutes.
Wait a minute, Mayor,
And-
what, this
and
is...
the-
how many
and the-
millions of
and the-
dollars do we
and the
receive, Ms.
comment-
Pacheco,
the-
under Section 8? How many
Ms.
millions
Pacheco,
of dollars
that's
a
it.
year?
And the comment portion is over. Everyone's long exceeded their time.
You know, this is a business meeting.
So, Madam
You know,
Clerk,
Mayor, with all due respect, if I may.
Madam City Clerk,
For us to
call the roll.
ask to bring back an idea for a plan is something that we would be
Dunlap.
considering at a future time.
Dunlap.
I'd like to make a motion and we hold this item over.
Go ahead with the vote on the motion that's on the
Morales.
floor.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor
I'll vote
Burns.
aye
Aye.
on the item, but Mayor,
Okay, that's enough. We've already had our time to talk.
We've had our time to talk. I don't even know what that
calendar.
means.
Consent calendar.
Madam City Clerk, well, how did you register my vote?
Abstain.
Very well.
Move items 2 through 8.
Second.
I'd like to pull items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Mayor.
Or, Mayor, you could just allow Ms. Pacheco and
Item
Mr.
2.
Fields to answer the question with regard
Item
to
2.
Approval of
having
the
this on the agenda,
Item-
because the
item 2.
public is completely
Okay.
confused.
Item
We
2.
need to slow up a minute, please.
Mhm.
Okay, you moved the consent calendar. I didn't get a vote on that, so I need to go back and do that. And do you have the motion on
Well,
that?
she pulled
it's
all-
going
she-
so fast. Okay, that's...
She
okay.
pulled all the items.
All right.
Item 2.
Approval of the minutes held July 10th, 2012.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens,
Aye.
Dunlap,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Franklin,
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Item 3.
That's a letter to the city attorney recommending denial of the following claims for Door King, Inc. for billing errors in September 2009 and February 2011. John Jenkins for personal injury ongoing through May 3rd, 2012. Maynard Palazzo for property damage on November 30, 2011. Carlos Perez for personal injury on November 16, 2011. Carissa Pfeiffer for property damage on June 9th, 2011. Tina Poole for billing error, date unknown. Dale Sneed for property damage on May 30th, 2012, and Deanna White for property damage on November 30th, 2012.
Move approval to deny
Second.
claims.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Item 4.
Staff report recommending approval of a one-year agreement with Ellison Wilson Advocacy, LLC, to provide legislative advocacy services.
Move approval.
Items 1 and 2, second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
No.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Item 5.
Staff report recommending adoption of a resolution offering a reward, excuse me, for reward of up to $25,000 to any individuals that provide information leading to the identification, apprehension, and conviction of the person responsible for the death of Ira Trayvon Koger.
Move adoption.
Second.
Question for staff?
Question. Chief Front Runner.
Thank you, Chief. With regard to this particular resolution for this reward offer of $25,000, how many current reward offers do we have that are effective now?
We have 3. This would make 4.
All right. Do we have any that have expired within the year or two where if we were to renew them, they might offer some new leads? Because I get calls every once in a while regarding expired reward offers.
Yes. Obviously, this one here in particular that's on the item as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Well, I certainly support this, and I would also support if an item if you were to look at those that have been expired. If you would see some benefit to us renewing them, there is no cost to us to renew them. There's only a cost if the suspect is arrested and convicted, so it's a good thing. So I would ask that your staff put together a report to us with regard to considering renewing some of those reward offers that have expired. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
The only thing, though, Chief, we can't have more rewards outstanding than we have asset forfeiture funds available to pay if we were to receive information leading to the arrest and conviction. Is that right?
That's correct.
So there has to be a balancing act. We can't exhaust all of our asset forfeiture funds and have them outstanding so that if there was someone that came up with information, we couldn't pay it. That would impact our credibility. All right, so just keep that in mind when you give us that report. Madam City Clerk.
Council members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Item
Can
6.
I ask a quick question, Mayor, since the Chief is still here? Chief, how many rewards have we paid out in, say, the last 30 years? How many rewards have we paid out due to the apprehension and conviction of a suspect for typically homicide?
None that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Item 6.
Staff report recommending award of a contract to design and engineer services related to the traffic signal controller upgrades and traffic management sense integrated for 10 intersections along La Brea Avenue.
Staff report.
Keith Lockhart, our acting city engineer, will give the staff report.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the item before you associated with the La Brea Traffic Light Synchronization Design Project is award of a contract to a consultant, Advantech Consulting Engineers, for design and engineering services related to traffic signal controller upgrades and traffic management center integration for 10 intersections along La Brea Avenue. You would be approving an agreement in the amount of $41,692 with a 10% contingency in the amount of $4,169.20. The city received and evaluated 3 proposals which are described in the staff report from Advantech Consulting Engineers Incorporated, Ituris Incorporated, and Minigo Associates. And the recommendation is to award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder, proposer Advantech, who has performed work for the city in the past, most notably the ITS Phase 3 project. That concludes my opening comments and report. I would respond further to questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, permission to be recognized.
Councilman Stevens.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lockhart, here's my question for you. We're dealing with fiber optic cable, right?
Yes, sir.
How difficult will it be to incorporate cameras with this system?
The addition of cameras associated with traffic management is a routine thing that we do. We have cameras to observe traffic movement at other locations. This project is not specific to that particular type of improvement.
Mr. Lockhart, my point is this: since we're doing this, it seems in Inglewood we always seem to come back and revisit items at a higher cost. What would you need? What would you project would be the cost in order to add surveillance cameras along the strip of La Brea to this package?
There are several $1,000s a piece. We could investigate whether those could be added to the contract. We would have to review the proposal that was initially made in early 2009 to Caltrans to secure approval of the funding for this future construction project.
These cameras can also be used as a security deterrent. Also, they come back to our transit. What's it called? The Traffic Management Center.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the Traffic Management Center. Are we currently doing anything to incorporate that with Inglewood PD so that they can both also monitor this system too?
That monitoring has not been undertaken at this time. The department certainly could monitor traffic conditions from the Traffic Management Center, but as routine surveillance for crime issues, that is not something that's in practice at this time.
Well, my understanding is that the reason why it's not in practice is because the Traffic Management Center is non-operational. The
head end where all this data comes to, you can't really receive it. Am I accurate with that?
That's not entirely accurate, no, sir.
What is the problem with our management center, traffic management center?
We have a need to replace a server in the traffic management center, and we are developing a methodology to achieve that.
Okay. So my point, colleagues, is this. We're going to install once again, this is a management issue. We're going to install fiber optic cable for traffic signals so that we can monitor the traffic, but when it reaches our head end, we're not able to monitor it, and our police department is not able to also participate with the monitoring of traffic or the community. I think it would be wise if we were simply to refer this back to Mr. Lockhart. Perhaps he can locate grant funding to expand this so that we can do this all at one time, and also receive input from the police department so that we can incorporate everything together. My residents, they would like to have, La Brea is actually my westernmost boundary, and my residents would like to, in fact, be able to have cameras throughout Inglewood, but this would be a great start. I'd like to make a motion that we do that. Mr. Mayor? Is there a second?
Questions?
Yes, I was just speaking with Mr. Lockhart, and what he was suggesting is that we could do as you're suggesting, but in order to move forward with the project that's before you tonight, we could go on and approve that and then come back with the additional work that you're requesting.
But once again, it's similar to these thermostats here. Once you go forward with it, then we're coming back and we're repeating the same procedure. If we were to do it one time, we're at that traffic light, we're there, we place the cameras, we lay the fiber optic cable, we're done. We're off to the next one. Why this come back? Why do a little bit here, go away, come back later? It costs us more money.
Well, we're not sure if we even have the money to do it. You know, suggesting that we do apply for grants. Yeah. We're not sure when grants might be available.
Contact Caltrans and ask for an increase. We can amend our application.
Well, I would point out one element of the design is to troubleshoot and rectify the ITS system deficiencies, and that would involve the traffic management center. This is a integrated project both with the street and with the traffic management center.
I colleagues think this needs more review, personally.
Councilman Franklin. I just want to remind my colleagues that this is not general fund money. This is actually the Measure R funds, and that we have a schedule that we must maintain in order for these funds to be dispensed. And I clearly do not want to jeopardize those fundings that would impede this project, which also could prohibit us to get those funds that has been identified. I understand my colleague's concerns, but there was another package that was being reviewed regarding his concern, but it falls under Homeland Security, and that they were in fact looking with Homeland Security and getting funding because we were going to tie in with other agencies so we could follow a vehicle going from one intersection to the other, and that's a different program. So this is a little bit different. This is for traffic control, and I want to make sure that we don't impede those funds, and I do recommend.
With all due respect, colleagues, it all falls under the same window. We can amend our grant application. So I just would like for you to keep that in mind.
I have a question.
Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes. Well, actually, it's part of the staff report. Describe the construction process with regard to this fiber optic cable install.
The fiber optic cable and the relative lengths are identified on page 2 of the staff report.
I want you to share it with us, please, as quickly as you can, so I have time to respond.
A narrow trench is cut in the street. A 3-inch conduit is placed between pull boxes or other traffic signal.
A narrow trench is going to be cut into the street that we just redid?
Yeah.
On those selected areas, you will see that there is a very limited amount of work done, and the majority of work is not in the area where that was repaved with the recent project done a few years ago.
And because it's my understanding of that we're supposed to have no new work done for 5 years after any kind of street repaving. So we shouldn't be doing anything on a newly repaved street for 5 years because we're supposed to know ahead of time what we're going to be doing. So with regard to this tunneling, this laying of cable, this laying of the tunneling in the pipeline where this cable is going to go through, why is it we could not be laying down conduits for other things we may be doing in the future, such as possibly what we need for cameras or what we might need? I mean, for all extent and purposes, we've been talking about water and sewer, or we're charging our community a lot more money for water and sewer fees based on having to install new water and sewer lines. We're doing some tunneling now through a major thoroughfare. Why are we not possibly using that tunneling process to be doing something that might assist us with regard to water and sewer?
The water and sewer lines are much larger than these and are funded through different sources. Again, the amount of...
Thank you very much. The point is, if you're going to be digging something up or you're going to be tunneling, it's much more efficient for us to be doing as many things as possible at the time as opposed to doing it in different stages. Now, we did lose an opportunity with redevelopment agency money within the last year and a half because we had an opportunity to install fiber optic cable, actually, throughout the entire city to hook up every home, every school, every business in the city so we could have internet, everything, much less cost to our community. Plus, this would be the place to open up a business with regard to high-speed internet. We chose not to do that. It would have been free, and I say free because we had over $200 million of redevelopment agency money. At the time we did that tunneling, we could have also effectively put in new sewer and water lines, which we failed to do. So once again, we piecemeal things. And we're just not operating efficiently. And let me also say that it's somewhat unsettling to me for a colleague to ask questions and want information and ask ideas to be brought back. Then other of my colleagues shut it down like it's not important, because we're all equal up here, by the way. We're all important. And then somebody says, well, this is going to jeopardize our money. No staff person said it was going to jeopardize our money to answer his question. Nobody said we're going to lose Measure R to respond to my colleague to my right's question. And yet it was suggested that it's going to jeopardize our money if we look into putting cameras. We're going to jeopardize. Nobody up here wants to jeopardize any money that comes to this city. We want every dime we can get, every one of us. 5 people up here, we all want the money that's going to come to us from the state, from the feds, wherever it is we want to have it. Nobody ever wants to jeopardize it. So don't make these little attempts at undermining your colleagues' remarks. We're all important up here. We all have ideas. That's why people elect different people to offices. Bring ideas to the table. Let's respect everyone's opinion. If someone asks, well, can we use this process for cameras, or could we amend this without losing? Staff would have to immediately say, we only have till this date, or we would jeopardize our funding. Nobody wants to do that. I haven't heard that. If that's the case, I haven't heard it. In the interim, why not look into it? Ideas are good for this community. People with vision are healthy for this community. And if it's not going to work out, even the person who asked the question may decide it's not a good idea. But let's allow the information to come back to us and to come back to the public. And that's my question here, meaning I haven't heard that there's a timeline issue with Measure R. I haven't heard that it can't be amended. I haven't heard that there's no money. I've heard when there might not be any money. Well, we don't know until we actually look into it. So I'm just saying we need to always be open to do as much as we can with as little as possible. If we can install something else when they're doing this tunneling, we need to be doing it, either with this contractor, our own people, or somebody else. We need to be more efficient. Thank you.
Councilman Morales.
First, real quick follow-up. Can we still use redevelopment funds for fiber optic cables for individual homes?
He wouldn't know.
The answer, Mr. Fields?
No, we cannot
I
at
didn't
this
think
point in
so.
time.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to clarify that. But in regards to being up here and really vocalizing good ideas, I think that part is great. It's just we cannot be up here giving direction and enhancing our districts and, being able to spend money vis-a-vis emotion. You can't do it. We need to have a process where, throughout the week, those things are really spoken about. That's what we're here for. We come up with ideas. We take them to the city manager. They develop them. They tell us where the money could come from, if we have it or not. We do a lot of our own research. This is probably not the best place to use 5 minutes. We're not going to have many of those answers, and that's part of the process that's here. If we get into that, then what happens is we're going to sit up here individually and make motions on enhancing our district, and the majority will rule. That wouldn't be fair for people who can't get it passed. So that's something we always have to keep in mind. We could talk about it, but it's something that's incredibly unrealistic. Now, no member here is trying to make another member feel unimportant. What we do want to clarify is to make that the public understand what our role is while we're up here. We have an agenda. We're trying to move the city's business forward. A lot of times something is related to something else, but it truly isn't the appropriate time to bring it up and say, well, let's spend this money while we're there, standing at that corner. Let's do this. And by the way, let's start, on these corners. It wouldn't be appropriate. You're putting staff in an unfair position to bring it back, and you're putting your colleagues in an unfair position because maybe they haven't been thinking about that project. So in addition to everything else, and we can go back and forth on this all night as we have already, but the bottom line is every time we ask staff to go back and research something, we're talking about expert staff that we pay a great deal of money to run their own departments. We're talking about Public Works, Mr. Frisbee, Mr. Lockhart. We have Planning Department. These are folks that have a lot to do. And I'm not saying they're not there to help us research certain things. I'm saying we cannot, every single item, continue to ask them to come back with something. It's an unfair use of their time, the public's money, and we need to start being realistic about what we're doing up here in terms of giving direction. So, those are my comments. At no time do I expect them to be taken as any kind of insult towards any other colleague. But it's definitely gotten to a point. We've been up here, we've been discussing certain items, and quite frankly, beating them to death. So, those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Lockhart, is it because we don't install cameras now, does the connectivity exist that we could come back later without retrenching if we were to choose to do
Absolutely.
so? All right. And then secondly, just so that we're clear on this, when it comes to security applications for digital cameras, are they forensic tools or real-time tools? Because I don't think we have the staff in the city that sit and monitors 24 hours a day to see things real time. Is that correct?
We do not monitor these 24 hours a day.
Exactly.
No, sir.
And so then they would have to be taped, and then they become forensic tools. By that I mean we have the opportunity if a crime occurs, we can go back, just like in other jurisdictions, to see if there was evidence connected with that crime. Is that right?
Yes, that's what the taping would be used for.
All right. So then this is not mutually exclusive. We don't have the money for the cameras now. We do have certain grant performance criteria, I would imagine. Is that true or not? Do we have to expend the grant funds over a period of time?
Yes.
All right. So anyway, do we have a motion on the floor, Madam City Clerk? Okay.
I don't.
Move item 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
Dunlap?
Aye.
Morales? Aye. Franklin?
Aye.
Mayor Butts?
Aye. Item 7.
Staff report recommending approval of a blanket purchase order and delivery of lead traffic modules and accessories from JTB Supply Company.
Move approval. Second.
That's not my company. Madam City Clerk.
Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In the city of Inglewood, we have about 147 signalized intersections. Within that, we have approximately 1,640 of the tri-phase heads, all which need continuing maintenance and so forth. Currently, we're in a process right now with Southern California Edison as part of their rebate program to continue the upgrade to LED from incandescent lighting. This project is approximately 90% complete, and the purchase of these LEDs will help us complete that project before the September 2012 this year deadline, in which we'll expecting estimated $65,000 in rebate money.
Thank you. Any
That concludes
questions?
my report.
Ms. Frisbee, which streets are controlled by Edison? Which streets? Which lights are actually maintained by Edison?
We maintain all these are traffic signal.
Traffic signals, okay.
They are ours, owned by the city.
So the funding is coming specifically from Edison for this?
For the rebate program?
Right.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
No,
But when it comes to our street lights, totally separate from this, which streets are in fact maintained by Edison, Southern California Edison?
Most of your residential streets are maintained by Edison.
Okay, and the city itself maintains our major thoroughfares, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And so these LEDs that we're purchasing, they are to replace the bulbs inside of the actual traffic light.
In the traffic signal.
In traffic signal.
Yes, the red, yellow, and green.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye.
Number 8.
Item 8.
Staff report recommending approval of a purchase order with HD Supplies Waterworks to purchase water meters per bid number RFP 0052.
Move approval.
Staff report.
Okay.
We no longer have a quorum, Madam City Clerk.
We got to wait. We don't have a quorum.
Yeah,
Well, the mayor's there.
you know.
But he has to vote.
He has to be seated.
Mayor, there was a motion, not seconded, and a staff report.
I'll second it. Staff report.
Wish we could have heard the staff report before we seconded, but go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Parameshwar Rai. I work for the Water Division of Public Works. And this staff report pertains to the replacement of our water meters. There is a program in place to replace the aging or dysfunctional water meters every year. So we have around 15,000 water meters, and there is a need to replace almost 900 meters every year. And we are doing around 225 per year. The funds is one concern. So we invited bids for replacement. 14 vendors were issued the letters. We got 2 of them, and the staff reviewed the bids, and we came to conclusion that HD Supply Works is the bona fide responsive bidder. So staff recommends for approval of this item.
Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. Yes, my question is this. Mr. Fields, we have a number of residents who have made deposits on their water meter when they actually initially have their service turned on, the deposit they place. I've been told that it is, in fact, for the water meter. Where is the deposit? What's going on with the deposit of these residents? Because when they move and they're no longer in the city of Inglewood, I haven't found, everyone is complaining that they do not receive their deposit back. So is, in fact, the deposit for the water meter, or what is the deposit actually for?
If the residents have made a deposit to the city, we keep those on hand at the city, and in the event that they need to be reimbursed for that, we would give that to them. I'm not quite sure of the situation you're bringing up where people are not
They
being
haven't
reimbursed.
received their deposits back.
Right.
So if a person as of now, if they have paid a deposit, your policy is that they can receive their deposit back. That they.
That's my understanding, but I'll find out. I'm not aware that people are not receiving their deposits back.
Yeah, they're not receiving it back. So in reference to the water meter, oh, you have a comment? Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. I would like to answer Mr. Stevens' questions. I'm not quite sure about the deposit that you're talking about. We are charging them about the water meter installations, and that would be for the water meter installations. So the deposit, we're not charging any deposit. That's what I know. The deposit that I know, you're referring to the installation of the water meters, which we charge to the customers when we install the water meters.
Okay, so you're selling. Okay, this is separate from what I'm referring to. You know, when a person acquires service in the city of Inglewood, many people have to place a deposit, but they never get the deposit back. Unlike Southern California, you had to send in the phone company, you get your deposit back. But now you're adding something else here. Is
Yes.
that when you have a water meter replaced now in the city of Inglewood, you actually have to pay for that meter?
Sir, when they're gonna apply for the water meter, so you know before they're gonna move in, if they don't have the water meter, especially if they're new residents or they bought the property, so they gonna apply for the water meter. So we will install the water meter, and also the water service. So with the water service, we will make sure that it will work from the water main to the water meter. So those are the kind of service that they have to pay.
Okay, maybe we are talking about the same thing. Let me see if I've got this, if I'm understanding correctly. You're telling this body that when a person moves into the city of Inglewood, there's already a water meter there, of course. The previous owner didn't take the water meter with them. We know that. You're saying that we come out and we install a new water meter? That can't be it. What are we actually? Just explain it to me again, sir. Take your time. It's okay.
We have to make sure that if
I'm a
somebody,
new resident. I
yes.
come to the city of Inglewood, bought a new house. What happens?
Most of the water meters, we are removing it if there's no more property owner there, and we have to check it once somebody will move in. We have to make sure that if there's a water meter there, that water meter is working, and if it is not, we have to replace or we have to install a new one. Some of those locations where we don't have, we remove it because we are afraid that it will be damaged.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that when a house is sold here in the city of Inglewood, we go out and put a new water meter in, even if the water meter is working okay?
No, sir.
Wait, explain.
No, some of them have it, but we have to make sure that they have to apply for the new water meter. So, meaning that the old property owners will no longer be having that water meter. So that new water meter will be applied to the new owner. So if we have the old one there, we have to make sure that it is working.
Okay,
so when they make the applications, either we have to place a new one or we have to make sure that the old one is working.
So then so a new owner comes into the city of Inglewood downstairs and he lets you know that he's just moved into a residence. You then dispatch a crew out to check the meter to see that it's working properly.
Yes, sir.
And then what you then do is you would then install a new meter if it is not, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, how often do you find that the meter is not working properly?
In some occasions, yes, we found a lot because, some of them have some problems with the dial or with the gasket, so we have to replace it.
So, this gets into another aspect, which is that are some of our residents entitled to a refund? Perhaps. Are they being overcharged for that? What is the usual lifespan of a meter?
15 to 20 years.
15 to 20 years?
Yeah.
So in this budgetary crisis that we have, house changes hands, let's say 2 times in 2 years, we dispatch a crew out to go and check out the meter.
No, sir, because our water meter, when they're doing the water meter reading,
right,
they are at the same time inspecting those meters.
Well, how often do you?
Okay, we're at time, Councilman.
Well, just if you could grace me with just maybe 30 seconds more.
Give him another minute.
I'd just like to know this, sir. What is your policy then for going out to the various locations to verify that the meter is working? Does it based upon a person coming in and announcing that they are a new resident to Inglewood, or is it based upon a 15-year guideline? Which is it?
Those are based on
10-year
2 things.
guideline.
Those are based on 2 things. Our warranty expires at 10 years.
Okay.
So the meters which are older than 10 years, we have a database, we have a list of those. So those are subject to investigation and research.
Well, if we go after 10 years, the warranty's expired. We should go maybe on the 8th year, while the warranty is still in effect. Then we can get something for the meters.
If the
in
meter has a
exchange.
specific problem, we go after 8 years and we get refund at the prorated basis.
Well, I mean, are you just saying, I mean, no disrespect, but are you just telling me 8 years now? Because you just said 10 years we go out. The warranty's
Okay.
after 10 years.
Okay, we're at time. We're at time.
My only issue, Mr. Mayor, is that if we've got people going out there, it's not very efficient.
Okay.
If you
All
see,
right.
if we have them going out there every second year, third year, it's not very efficient.
Councilman, we're at time. Madam
I have
City.
a question.
Councilwoman Dillon.
Yes. Actually, just with the basic question he brought up about people not being able to get their refunds, not any staff person here actually were employed by the City of Inglewood at the time many of these deposits were taken. So let's keep that clear. We have people who paid deposits 30 years ago, 35 years ago, 40 years ago. These are the people not getting their deposits back when they move because they're being told by the city, we don't have any record of any deposit. That's what's happening. So let's just cut to the chase. That's what it is. It's deposits that were made many, many years ago. The city has said they don't have records. I'm not saying it's in 100% of the cases. I'm just saying I've heard of it as well. The city has just said we have no record of any such deposit being made. So I don't know what's being done now with regard to meter install and all that. I'm just saying I've heard some of those same concerns, and they usually come from residents who've been here many, 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 many years, that those records have been misplaced, lost, or whatever. That's all. That's my comment. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales. Oh, I'm sorry. Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Item 8.
Staff report recommending adoption of an ordinance number 1218 to approve zoning code amendments 2012-04 to define an anchor tenant.
Move
no.
to waive waive
staff
further
report,
reading.
please.
Hold on one second. Hold
Move to
on.
waive further reading.
Well, let's have the comments, Councilman, first, the staff report.
Wait, please.
Can we please?
Please. Let's just do something from now on. Let's everybody not talk until the chair says what we're going to do, because we can't all talk and we can't all run the meeting. So,
I'm not trying to run the meeting.
so
Just
no,
the
I'm not.
staff report would be heard first
I'm not
before
saying
we
that you
choose to
are.
go
I'm not
forward.
saying that you are, but we have too much talk up here, and it's that's all I'm saying. So the first thing I want to say, was the last one we did item 8?
Yes.
Okay, so we've completed the consent calendar. That's what I wanted to confirm
Yes.
first. All right. So now, let me say 01, and then we'll all know what we're doing.
And I read that already.
Okay. All right. Ms. Tatum?
Good afternoon, Mayor Butts, members of the council. This item is agendized for the adoption and approval, and it was brought to the council 2 weeks ago. And typically, when ordinances come for a public hearing, the council considers the public hearing, and if there are no issues or concerns, the item is brought back a second time for the actual adoption. This item was brought as a definition of an anchor tenant. During the public hearing, there were some questions that staff responded to council about the nature of the anchor tenant, the definition, and with essentially, unless that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to respond to any questions the council might have.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Ms. Tatum, how does this benefit a developer?
It is not intended or specifically designed to benefit a developer. It's for the city's purpose, so that when a new shopping center is presented to the staff for consideration, we can provide them some direction and guidance in terms of what constitutes an anchor tenant.
Did any developer assist you with the writing of this?
No.
No? So why are we changing it?
We aren't changing it, we're defining it. Prior to bringing this item back, when we brought the shopping center standards about 6 months ago, we were requested by council to come back to define what anchor tenant was, because in the current code, it requires that there be an anchor tenant based upon the size of the shopping center, but the wording anchor tenant was not specifically defined.
This anchor tenant definition is that we're changing in the municipal code. I misspoke in saying, why are we changing it? I meant the municipal code. Why are we're adding this and we're reducing the square footage to define a anchor tenant? I mean, in actuality, what would be the square footage that would define an anchor tenant?
We're asking for a minimum of 10,000 square feet. And again, right now, there is no language that defines what it is, a square footage or a percentage of the shopping center that has to be devoted to an anchor tenant. And the purpose of this was to make that very clear so that when a developer comes in and we tell them, based upon the size of your center, you have to provide 1, 2, or 3 anchor tenants, they can be clear about what those sizes are and the nature of those tenants.
Okay, so my question regards to how does it benefit a developer? If a developer was to go to a bank and developer wished to obtain a loan and he was to identify that he had an anchor tenant as defined by the city of Inglewood, how would that benefit him in going to the bank? You've been involved in planning.
I don't know that it would specifically benefit him other than generally when a financing company finances a project, they look at the viability of the center, and to the extent that they have an identifiable anchor tenant that it has a history of drawing customers to the shopping center, it would just enhance their chances of getting financing for the problem.
So my point is that that's not very large square footage. What is that, 10,000 square feet?
That's the staff's recommendation.
It's rather small. How big do you think the target is over there?
Well, target is probably close to, I'm just going to throw a number out there, probably about 50,000 square feet.
Oh, that's an anchor tenant. Wouldn't you agree?
That's true, but we very intentionally provided a variety of different anchor types because Target happens to be a fairly large anchor tenant. Not all anchor tenants can be that large.
Okay.
Walgreens, for example, is substantially smaller. And there are other anchor tenants that can be substantially smaller, and the intent was to vary the size of the anchor tenant requirement based upon the size of the shopping center.
My point is that this, in my opinion, the way I've read this, I feel that it almost helps someone develop a strip mall. It actually helps someone obtain funding for a strip mall with this, meaning that you do not necessarily have to come forward with a Target. You do not have to come forward with a Robinson's May. You do not have to come forward with anything that what people would actually consider an anchor tenant. All the developer has to actually do is throw in his plan, 10,000 square feet, and have certification from the city of Inglewood that it identifies itself as an anchor tenant. Therefore, we do not receive the type of development that we really wish here in the city of Inglewood, which is what are my residents saying? They wish to have some things of quality, of stature, something that is long-lasting. Companies that are going to be here, not something that is going to basically open and then after 2 years that closes, and it's all based upon that a developer came here to Inglewood, as they say, became very wealthy and left town and left us basically with a structure that we're not happy with. Because I have a D3 site in my district here, I have Market Street that all needs to be developed. But with something such as this makes it very easy for a developer to step forward, in my opinion, and proclaim that he is providing the city with an anchor tenant, when in reality he's not. All he's providing us with is 10,000 square feet and doesn't have a clue, really, as to our lockdown, solid anchor tenant for that facility. He could establish a retail corporation under one of his family members' name and proclaim that they're an anchor tenant simply because they can fill 10,000 square feet. And it's not, 10,000 square feet is not that large to support an anchor tenant.
Well, Councilmember Stevens, the requirement for the anchor tenant development standard has been in the city's code since the shopping center standards were developed, and I'm guessing now probably for about 8 years, and it's never been an issue. And the mere fact that we define it now, I would suggest that the definition is not going to preclude or enhance any developer's consideration of the city of Inglewood for developing a property by virtue of just adopting a definition.
Okay, I'll conclude with this, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say this, Ms. Tatum. The residents are not pleased with the development that has taken place here in the city of Inglewood. They are very disenchanted with it, and they want something better. They are past the level of glorified strip malls is what we have on Century Boulevard. They want something better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes, actually, Ms. Tatum, it says here that the anchor tenant shall have a minimum square footage of 8,000, not 10,000.
I apologize. You're correct. It is 8,000.
So it's actually even smaller.
It's smaller than that. That's correct.
Now, of your examples that you have here of potential anchor tenants, you mention Vons, a grocery store, drugstore such as CVS, a discount store such as Ross, home improvement such as Home Depot, department store such as Macy's, discount warehouse such as Costco, manufacturer outlets, etc., general retail such as Target. Then you have bona fide sit-down restaurants, Red Lobster. Actually, the only thing that might be 8,000 square feet might be a restaurant, because that's relatively small. These other anchor tenants are truly anchor tenants, and they're quite large. As you referenced, 50,000 square feet was an estimate that you gave. That's
Right.
more like an anchor tenant.
And they're also, those are their minimums as well. They can certainly be larger.
Of course. No, but 8,000 is really relatively small. It's a relatively small to fit the definition. I'm assuming you use the term anchor tenant in the prior language. Is this time is when you put in 8,000 square feet? Where did 8,000 square feet originate?
It originated by us trying to be very clear about what the objective of having the anchor tenant requirement in the code in the first place. So we called around and tried to get a good handle on the sizes of those various types of anchor tenants, and we used a grocery store, a department store like a Target. We used all of those. We got information on the sizes of all of those just as a guide, so that we could have some place to start. Unfortunately, in all of our searching, what we typically do is look to see what other communities are doing, just again to give us a reference point. And in this case, what we found is that no other city other than Inglewood actually had a requirement for an anchor tenant, so it was really difficult for us to try to come up with something. So we just used the sizes of those various centers just as a rough guide.
All right. Well, obviously, the true anchor tenants, as the public generally thinks of an anchor tenant, are quite large, 50,000 square feet or larger, I think. The restaurant would be the only thing that would be very small, like maybe 8,000 square feet, which is such a difference between the restaurant. And I don't know, I guess a restaurant could be an anchor tenant if it was a national chain or something of that nature. But anyway, I'm going to be supporting this. I don't see anything detrimental about it. It's just clearing up some things. But I hope that in working with developers in the future, if anything comes up that you believe you should alert this council to with regard to improving any language so that we will be getting the type of development that we want, I would hope that you would bring that to Mr. Fields' attention as the city manager, and then it would be placed before us for some further consideration.
We certainly would.
Thank you.
Motion to waive for the reading.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Council members Stevens,
No.
Dunlap,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Franklin.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. it
Well,
doesn't
you
matter.
still have to get the
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
Okay. This is pick on Yvonne today.
You know you voted no on
It's all
for
good.
reading.
Oh, excuse me, Madam City Clerk. I always send mine. I'm sorry. Thought we were voting on the actual item. I apologize, Madam City.
Okay.
Big point. Aye. I changed that to an aye. Excuse me.
All right. Thank you.
I apologize.
Move adoption.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens. This is on the
For the actual
adopting.
adoption.
Yes.
Thank you. No.
Okay. Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. SPH 1.
Staff report requesting that a public hearing be set to consider a proposed amendment to Chapter 12 of the Inglewood Municipal Code to modify regulations for sales of distilled spirits and off-site consumption.
Set the public hearing for August 28, 2012 at 7 p.m. DR 1.
Staff report recommending approval of the grant agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for creation of the Florence, La Brea, and Florence West Transit Overlay District.
Move approval.
Staff report.
You know we're going to have to change the DVD, so let's take our recess right now. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
9:50.
Could we come to order, everybody? After we're going to take a seat. Okay, Mawusi.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have to come to order, folks. Let's stop talking. Ms. Watson, the staff report.
Okay. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and Council. Muwuzi Watson, Executive Assistant to the City Manager. For your consideration is an item to approve a grant application with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, which will be used to create a transit or overlay district in the city. Currently, the city has not allocated funds towards the development of a land use and regulatory documents that encourage transit-oriented development. Therefore, grant funds like these will provide much-needed planning dollars for areas around the city's 2 stations along the Crenshaw-LAX transit corridor. Staff anticipates that by taking this proactive planning approach to the stations, the city can create new opportunities for commercial, office, and residential development in the downtown Inglewood. And that concludes my brief report, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Stevens.
Yes, I'd just like to know, how is it going to assist with development? Do you have anything specific?
We're going to be able to create, ultimately what we're going to do is create design standards. We're going to talk about what types of buildings, what will be the look and feel for our downtown area, and it'll just, hopefully we'll also be able to create entitlements that'll help to ease the developers as they submit potential projects for consideration for the city in the downtown area.
Okay, so in the city of Newport Beach, they have a South Beach overlay zone also. But they take it sort of in the direction that you are, in that they actually define what they wish for single or one direction vehicle movement in either an origin and destination inside the area. But they go into diverted link trips. But more important than that, they take it more in the aspect of how they wish for traffic to flow. It seems to me that this document here, this just pretty much just gives Los Angeles County and the MTA, more importantly, permission to just pretty much go forward with what they're doing. I mean, we're basically saying that it's what they've proposed is what we support, right?
No, it enables us to have $700,000 that we can use to develop our own standards for how we want to see development in our downtown area.
Well, that's a nice way to put it, that it all comes down to the money, but maybe we were actually entitled to $3 million with the negative impact that this light rail line is going to have upon the city. If we are not able to have Sentinel and Florence Avenue below grade, if we are not able to have the street down here where Faithful Central, they were successful thus far. What is that, Eucalyptus? I mean, $700,000 to an individual, that's a lot of money, but to a municipality, that's not really a lot of money. What were you planning on doing with the $700,000 to improve the residents of the city's lives?
To create a transit overlay district that includes both the Florence, La Brea, and the Florence West Station areas.
But the $700,000, how is it to be spent?
It's going to be spent on consultants that will aid city staff in developing the regulatory and land use documents that will help us to create ultimately a transit overlay district.
So it's basically going to be, once again, consultants are going to benefit from this $700,000.
I think ultimately the city will benefit from it because we're having 2 stations that are, one in our downtown area and one that's going to be straddling the border of the city of Inglewood on West Boulevard. And we have an opportunity to create, which we don't have now, transit-oriented developments that will, as you said before, Market Street, can use some development. D3 site can use some development. This is hopefully going to be a tool that we use in order to create those types of developments that you want.
I understand, but Ms. Watson, here's my concern. My area, my district is where the light rail line is going to be traveling through. It's northernmost edge, and D3 Market Street is my district. I've had 3 consultants, 3 different studies, all paid very well to come up with a concept for Market Street, and this city has not followed through with either one. How can you convince me that this $700,000, that this money is going to be spent and produce anything different than what we've had before? We've had the Segway study, we had the USC study, we had the other consultant that provided a study. I think there were 4. I've been coming to these meetings since 1990, so I've seen quite a few of them come and go. But that's my question. How is this going to be any different, this study?
And I apologize, I'm unfamiliar with some of the studies that you're speaking of, but I think that, as I've communicated, the city of Inglewood, to my knowledge, has not developed plans that speak to its vision for transit-oriented development in its downtown area. And I think that is what staff is trying to achieve with these documents. It's our belief that by developing these types of documents, that we will ultimately have the tools and the vision that the council ultimately wants to attract the types of developers and to implement the type of development that ultimately we all want to see in our downtown, which is a vital,
Will it be able to bring developers? Do you believe it'll be able to bring developers who can actually give us an anchor tenant who can occupy more than 8,000 square feet?
I think that's something that she wouldn't be able to answer. A lot of this is driven by the economy, and it's a private development. As Mawusi mentioned, what we're doing is we're setting the foundation to entice and provide an opportunity for private development to be more successful there.
Okay.
But I think we can't speculate in terms of
Councilman, we're at time.
Mr. Fields, I appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, but I just want to say this. We need to generate revenue in this city, and I need to be convinced that this is going to generate revenue for this city long term with some type of plan.
Right. Any other comments?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes, actually, 2 of the reports my colleague was referencing was the Sedway report and the USC. We have spent a tremendous hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the downtown. So I'm sure somebody should be able to locate those reports.
In fact, I did locate them and give them to Councilmember Stevens, and the difference is we're not paying for this.
Well, actually, we did pay for that. But I'm just saying money's been spent, and it's been money, I'm going to say, good money after bad, so to speak, because nothing ever gets done. But let me say that with regard to transit-oriented development, we're talking about $1.1 million. There's a match here, which I'm going to ask about in a moment. And yet we have some very talented architects, local in the city of Inglewood, who actually have a model, a very large, like a table model, of downtown Inglewood with a transit center that I believe that they designed, I'm going to say a year and a half, 2 years ago, for an international architectural competition for free. I mean, they paid for it with their talent, and they entered it into an international competition. Now, did they win, meaning did we win with regard to the design? No, I think Paris, France, won with regard to something that was designed in Paris. But the point is, there are a lot of people out there who have a vision for the city of Inglewood and what we're about, and sometimes we need to look locally. And I would like to suggest, Ms. Watson, that you contact FER Architects, that's F-E-R, and if you haven't seen what they've designed, that you go and look at it, and I think it wouldn't hurt to have them make a presentation here at the council and have it here on display, let people look at it and discuss it. It's very innovative, and it's exciting, and it's free. We're going to have $1.1 million, and I venture that we will have nothing paid for with this money as interesting or exciting as what they've done already as local architects, which they entered in this international architectural competition. So I think we need to better utilize our local resources, and I, for one, think that what they've done is worthy of us investigating and taking a look at. Now, my question with regard to the staff report, the local match, the $419,500, what source of funds is that?
That's an in-kind match, and it was based on staff time towards this project, and also we received a SCAD Compass Blueprint grant in the amount of $125,000, and that was also, those costs were also included in that 400 rounding.
So it's approximately, we're estimating $300,000 in staff time.
Over, that was part of the project budget that was developed, that we estimated that it would be about $300,000 for staff time over a 3-year period.
That's what I wanted to ask. What was the time frame? 3 years.
Yes.
And what departments are you?
Administration, planning, economic development and community development department.
Okay, what in economic development? Who?
So Linda Tatum is intimately involved.
Planning.
Margarita Cruz. I lead the project, and Public Works also plays a key role. We all work. It's an interdepartmental effort.
When would you be making a presentation to this body with regard to some examples of this transit-oriented development?
As early as late the start of the winter, so December. We have right now. We're starting to gear up for our charrettes for the Florence La Brea State Visioning documents, and so that would be the earliest.
When?
This December.
December. You're
Yes.
saying after a charrette?
After several.
Okay. We've had so many charrettes. People who attend charrettes are charretted out with regard to downtown. Some of those individuals are in this audience. And with regard to West Boulevard in Florence, I mean, on the south side, it's the cemetery. So I don't think there's going to be any transit-oriented development there.
Well,
to the east, it's City of Los Angeles.
There are opportunities on West Boulevard to create a Main Street type of development. I mean, although right now, of course, in the city of LA, there's a lot of housing development, multifamily homes. It's a small space to develop, but I think that with the train station coming, there's opportunities to revitalize West Boulevard, and that's what we're really speaking to, and that's what we want to see there.
Well,
Okay.
what is the? Are you talking about all private development?
Councilman, we're at time.
You're talking about private development?
Yes.
Councilman Morales.
When we're talking about these plans, Ms. Watson, that we're trying to develop, these are only something that could maybe call interest to the city in terms of investors, correct? We're basically kind of laying a plan of possibilities because we have none right now.
Yes, but we can also talk about, for instance, parking. Right now, and maybe Linda can speak better to this, but the parking requirements that we have currently are not conducive to transit-oriented developments. Usually, those kinds of developments have less parking requirements. So that's something that we can visit, and that's a high cost.
Today, in the LA Times, there was an article regarding the city of LA adopting a lower requirement for parking based on these transit-oriented projects.
Right. And so if you're not requiring as much parking, that's a high cost for a developer.
Correct. And that's the one thing I was heading at in terms of how dynamic this study could be in terms of which avenue it takes the city. But in regards to what our money is, the money, that was my question. If it's in kind, then we're actually not coming out of pocket for it.
Right.
And this is the LA County grant that we applied for in order to do this. So right now what we're doing is we're merely accepting it so that we can move forward.
Yes.
And we'll have various other conversations about this.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Councilman Franklin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, Ms. Watson, first of all, thank you for following up and having this brought before us. And I do want to reach out to my colleagues on this dais because we need to be in unison as to what we want to see in downtown. And I particularly highlight the D3 site. Even before I came in office in my 9 years here, that there was discussions that they wanted that D3 site to be a, for those that in the audience is unfamiliar with it, it's Florence and La Brea, and that it's prime property. At one time, there was discussions by that council at that time of having bowling alleys. Then there was time about having a housing unit with retail at the bottom, and then the last discussion was about having retail only. Now that we're focused on it being transportation-oriented development, we need to make sure that we're all on the same page as to what we're looking for us to be effective. So I welcome for you to have these individuals that get the contract to reach out to us, and let's collectively, for this council, decide what we visualize that we want to see and that we're on the same page. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Franklin. Ms. Watson, thank you very much for an outstanding presentation and the competent way in which you answered the questions. I also see the FUR model, and it's very nice, but I've also seen other models that other developers have presented. But the main thing this does for us, it allows us an opportunity to not to see the D3 site at Florence La Brea as just a standalone site, but as a gateway to actually Market Street, to exploit the opportunities that are inherent in having that station there at Florence and Locust, and make it inviting so that we have other uses that are synergistic with a lot of people coming there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the reason that we don't just take, and I've seen some very exciting renderings, but the reason we just don't take what people bring to us because we want to exploit the experience that consultants have from looking at other cities. I think Councilman Stevens mentioned Newport Beach, but other cities, Pasadena, that already have these projects, and therefore we don't have to recreate the wheel, reinvent the wheel. We learn from the best of what they've done and get to miss their mistakes. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And so to get this opportunity and do it for nothing but staff time is really a boon to the city. All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. DR2.
Staff report recommending approval of the final parcel map number 70519 to consolidate two lots into one at 10814 South Yukon Avenue and accept all offers of dedication.
Move items 1 and 2 and comment?
Second.
Is it necessary for the staff report?
No.
I'm saying if no one has any questions, we won't need a staff report.
Ralph
Madam
has
City
comment.
Clerk.
Ralph has
Mayor,
comment.
ask for
you
any
have a comment?
Yes.
Councilman
I just want
Franklin?
to thank staff for their follow-through. When this item first came before me, or before this body, that the location that I perceived to be the project site, and I went to the sites and took various pictures of the site I thought it was, turned out it was the site next door to the site before us this evening. And I have to tell you, being in District 4 for over 30 years, that site has been an eyesore for this community for some time. And now seeing that this owner-developer has desire to want to spruce up their properties to be in concert to the surrounding part of that community is a blessing in disguise. And I just thank the staff for their due diligence and their patience in staying with me to make sure that I was, in fact, fully vetted, so I had a better appreciation of the project. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. DR3 and H4.
Quorum is present. Staff report recommending adoption of a resolution approving the human resources, ethics, and fraud policies for the Housing Division for inclusion of the Housing Authority internal control policies.
Staff report.
Welcome, Ms. Pacheco.
Hello
Again.
again. We're
Bless you.
recommending that the mayor and chairman and council of the housing authorities adopt the resolution approving the updated internal control policies as part of the city's standard operating procedures, and to address the human resources, ethics, and fraud policies that have been updated after 20 years. This is part of a requirement that we have for our full management review from HUD, and in addition to our audits that were performed for the city of Inglewood, including the one for the housing authority. And that is the end of my presentation. If there's any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question.
Councilman Stevens?
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
this item came before us some time ago, correct?
Correct.
And what was the catalyst of this coming forward? Have we ever had one of these documents before?
My understanding is that we did have fraud and ethics policies that were adopted over 20 years ago through the Human Resources Department. And we were asked by our auditors and by HUD to update all of the policies that we had in finance. And this was one that was targeted through the Human Resources Department that needed to be updated.
So this is not retroactive, though. Does this begin from the date that
Correct.
this is enacted?
Correct.
Okay. So what was modified in this document from the last time that you brought it before council about a month and a half ago? What's changed in here? What was changed?
This was a document that was worked on with legal. So if Mr. Saunders can give us information on that.
Well, what happened? What happened is after seeing the initial draft that was sent to the council, it was my belief that we should incorporate and report to HUD not only what we had seen from other cities, but craft a policy that was basically specific to the city of Inglewood. That's why we incorporated our rules and regulations in here, the actual city charter in here, so that it would reflect what particularly applies to this city versus using a model from other cities.
Okay. Because it says here, it says mayor and city council responsibilities. If the mayor or city council has reasonable belief to suspect that a fraud has occurred, he or she shall immediately contact the city attorney. Then it says the mayor or a city council member shall not attempt to investigate the suspected fraud or discuss the matter with anyone other than the city attorney. The alleged fraud, or then it says, the alleged fraud or audit investigation shall not be discussed with the media. So that, if I'm interpreting this correctly, if we suspect that a fraud has taken place or any malfeasance, then we are to contact you, not contact the DA or not contact HUD or anything like that. We should just contact you, and then you will contact.
We will take in conjunction with the Human Resources Department, we will begin the initiation of what we believe is a proper investigation warranted by the facts that after we conduct an investigation.
I see.
And if for example, normally we're talking about internal fraud involving employees. If there's some other type of alleged fraud that has merit, that after investigation will be reported to the district attorney's office.
I see. But this issue here is totally addressing simply our housing department. Is that correct? Or is this just citywide?
Well, they asked for a citywide policy, so we've adopted a citywide policy. That's why we included our personnel rules and regulations, and also a reference to the city charter in this document.
Okay. So this is not just limited to housing and urban development. This is regarding anything and everything, correct?
Anything involving fraudulent activity, yes.
So if a council member was to see something, if he doesn't say anything, then therefore he's violated now. If he suspects anything or he sees anything, if he just it uses the, what does it say here? It says any shall not attempt to investigate the suspected fraud. So if you just suspect, if you just suspect it, you have to notify your office? Is that what
You're
it
not
says?
required to notify my office. It would be a good idea.
Because if you didn't do it, then you would be in violation, right?
Again, it has to deal with reasonable suspicion. It's not just any thought that comes to your mind, but you have some type of factual basis to substantiate your belief.
Okay, so someone just coming to you telling you whatever, that is not suspected. Okay. All right, and so then you have the procedures to report the fraud, and then whistleblower protection, and on and on and on. Okay, Ms. Sanders, just wanted some clarity. Ms. Pacheco, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilman, I need a motion. Do you have a motion?
Move
No.
approval.
Second. Okay.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. We'll call the.
And let me just, it's council and agency members.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll call to order the City of Inglewood as successor agency.
A
Could you call the
quorum is
roll?
present.
CSA 3.
Approval of the minutes held July 10th, 2012.
Move approval.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. CSA 4.
Staff report recommending adoption of a resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule for the period of January 1, 2013 through June 30th, 2013 for submittal to the Oversight Board.
Move adoption.
Second.
I want to hear
Sure.
the staff report first, because I have a question.
Well, the staff report, please.
Staff report.
The item before you is a request to approve
The item before you is a request to approve the ROPS 3 for the period of January through June of 2013. These are the recognized obligation payment schedule that must be approved by the successor agency in order to receive new additional funds from the county, which was formerly tax increment. Now they call it Redevelopment and Property Tax Trust Fund. We must prepare these every 6 months in order to receive our allocation of that former tax increment to pay our various debts that we have. And they are all supposed to be enforceable obligations. We have had 2 of our ROPs approved at this point in time, and we've done fairly well in terms of maxing out most of our tax increment and having been provided it. The ROPs 3 is different in that there was a new form that came out, and it does have a requirement that we do a reconciliation of our original expenditures for our ROPS 1 period of January through June of 2012. And we did get a new form. Actually, the Department of Finance did issue a new form as of last Thursday, or modified that form. And so although what we provided to you was one set, we did have to make some minor modifications, and we did provide those to you. We showed those modifications in blue, and they reflected the Department of Finance changing some of the formulas in their summary table, and making just some other little minor changes. And so those changes are in blue, and I can go through them if you'd like in more detail and explain to you all the different parts. Also, we participated in a webinar that was held today on how to prepare and how to address various issues of these ROPs. And since it was just held today, we again needed to make some minor modifications. And what we did there was they asked that anything that was disallowed previously, such as the Hollywood Park project, which was one that was disallowed for $21,900,000 for infrastructure, that we should go ahead and place it into the ROPS 3, and if DOF decides to disallow it, we at least put ourselves in a position to participate in the meet and confer process where we can challenge their finding. And because we're supposed to do these challenges within a certain amount of days, and so we need to have it in this ROPS 3, so that's one of the reasons why we included that. And so those are the kinds of minor changes that we've had. That concludes my report at this time. Available.
I have a question.
Councilman Stevens.
So when it comes to my senior center project over here, how does this play with that? How does this all work with that?
Well, we've got that previously approved by the Department of Finance. We had placed $20 million of tax-exempt bond funds that we had placed specifically for the senior center project, and that was previously approved in the ROPS 2. And so we now we've put that same amount in here, but we're showing expenditures now at this point. And I had talked to Keith Lockhart. Actually, I'm talking about Century. And so we are looking at some expenditures for that.
in terms of how we progress. We do have also about $3 million in Section 108 funds that we're using. So we use a combination of that, but we did some estimates in terms of what we thought would be expended by during that period of time.
No, the Section 108 funding, that was originally used for small businesses or entrepreneurs, and then it was placed into the general fund under Mr. Weinberg. Then now we've taken it, now we've removed it from that, and now we've placed it here.
Yeah, it's actually never gone to the general fund. It was replaced. It became CDBG funding, and it's referred to as Section 108, but it has the same rules of CDBG. But we use those two sources, are CDBG uses, and so we use that plus the the 20 million tax exempt bond funds, and they're here. Like I can point out the actual item. But it was previously approved by DOF, so we're I guess safe is what I can say.
So all I'm concerned, okay, you're doing fine. Just want to ask you a question or two. So when it comes to senior citizen housing funds, money to build senior citizen housing.
Housing, okay.
Okay, that was to be available in 2013. Funding for a senior housing development. Where is that funding at here?
The funding for affordable replacement housing is listed under the bond proceeds for housing.
Yes,
but we did not
specifically for senior citizens.
We don't have a specific project currently identified for senior citizens, a senior citizen housing project. It's not clear whether they're going to require the same rules as to what do you call that percentage breakdown of how many seniors you have in your community. You're supposed to allocate so much of your funds for senior projects and so much. Those rules, there's been some discussion that those rules may not be applying at this point in time, and so some funds may.
So when we were talking about building a senior citizen development unit only, seniors only, over at Fifth Avenue and Manchester Boulevard, there where the old Fifth Avenue Theater, remember? And I showed you that development, the concept and everything. You mentioned to me that in 2013 we would have senior funds available for a project such as that. It may go to another district, but we would have senior citizens funding available. Are you telling me now that that funding is not going to be available in 2013?
No, what I'm saying is that the proportionality requirement, there's been some discussion, and Royce Jones actually could better answer this question, that there may not be a proportionality requirement at this time because of the fact that we're winding down. Before we were looking at 10-year periods of when tax increment funds came in and how much that was, and we were supposed to expend those funds based on the proportion of the kinds of individuals that lived in or households that lived in the community.
So what you're saying is that we may, because of the disbanding of redevelopment, and Governor Brown decided that he wishes to dismantle all of our redevelopment agencies throughout the state of California, we may actually no longer have a requirement to provide senior housing, low-income housing, where before when the redevelopment, we needed to provide a balance. We needed to provide low-income housing. We needed to provide a certain percentage of senior housing. And the list went on and on.
We're still required to provide the affordable housing and the low-income housing.
Well, then why is my senior citizen money guaranteed for 2013 as before?
It's a question of there was never really a specific guarantee of it was a question of that is the maximum that you can expend on senior citizen housing, but you could expend lower if that was the council's wish. But there was a maximum cap on what you could expend on senior housing. Okay. It wasn't necessarily a specific allocation for only senior housing.
Just where was that money coming from? Mr. Jones, do you have that answer? If it's not from here where the money was coming from, where was that senior money coming from for housing?
Chairman and members of the successor agency. Just to bring some clarification to your question, Mr. Stevens, the purpose of the ROPS and what we're asking the successor agency to be doing tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Royce. So the public know who you are. Just tell them who you are.
I'm Royce Jones. I am special counsel to the successor agency, City of Inglewood, to the former Inglewood Redevelopment Agency. And to address your question, we had certain obligations under redevelopment law when redevelopment agencies were still in existence. And what Ms. Cruz is referring to as the proportionality test, which said that a certain amount of low and moderate income housing funds cannot be used disproportionately for senior housing to meet your low and moderate income housing obligations. As a result of that, we did not encumber funds to do those types of projects because it wasn't legal to do it that way at the time. So the point of the ROPS is to now freeze all the obligations that we had in existence at the time, and that basically we're not doing new developments, but we're basically preserving the old developments and getting funding sources that we would have gotten from tax increment to now finance those projects. And because the projects that were not meeting the proportionality test were not considered to be legal projects at the time, those are not the projects that we're considering as far as funding right now, because the state law, AB 26 and 1485, do not allow us to incur new obligations relative to, even if there isn't a proportionality requirement, we still don't have the opportunity to legally enter into those kind of agreements to do those kind of projects. Now, we have put on our ROPS previously various affordable housing projects that we want to carry out and various replacement housing funds and things like that, which we would have to look into to see how that relates to the actual, doing more senior housing, if in fact that's going to be necessary, because right now the state has not been focusing on affordable housing as they have been focusing on getting all the money they can get to support the state deficit.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any other comments? Madam City
I
Clerk.
have a
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yeah, where are we on the RFP for the the design project of the senior center?
We have written that up. There's been some questions about some of the process, and so we're actually going to be meeting this week to clarify the team and to make sure that everybody's comfortable with the steps that we're taking. It's related to design build, and we'll be bringing that item back, but there will be a meeting this week, and we'll try to put it into the weekly. But we have written it up.
Wait. I don't know who you're talking about. When you say we're getting together, nor do I know. This council approved many months ago the development of an RFP for architectural design services to select 3 architects, pay them a stipend to put forth a design.
Yes, and we will be bringing that RFP back for the council to give us feedback before we send that out, and that's what she's speaking of.
Okay, but it's taken a long time.
Well, it's a pretty complicated process, but like
the
she said,
RFP for this?
The RFP, but also just the process. And I think there are items in there that we'll be bringing to your attention that I'd prefer to talk about when we bring it back. But we are bringing the RFQ back. It's an RFQ, right?
It's an RFQ, and the draft has been completed. There's little parts that we need to formalize on what we're going to present to the council back. But
well, remember, we wanted to see it prior to going out. So you're saying when you bring it back here, bring it to us for approval or modification as we see fit.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Why are you referring it to a design build? This is the first I've heard of that idea. We've never approved any such concept of design build.
And that was my error in terms of my statement there. We are working on the RFQ for the architect, but one of the questions that we have is how we're going to proceed in the next steps, and so we're trying to anticipate the various steps. And so we wanted to bring before the council the various alternatives, with design build being one of them, and then we'll seek your direction at that point. But we'll bring that back when we actually we'll ask these questions of you and seek direction when we bring back the RFQ.
Okay, be mindful. I expect the RFP to be a separate agenda item from anything else. The RFP is or RFQ, whatever it is, RFQ, RFP, it is an item that we're going to be considering and evaluating and potentially making modifications to. And anything else with regard to the potential direction doesn't even have to be at the same night, but it definitely should be a separate agenda item.
Okay.
And one would think that we would do the RFQ, RFP for the architectural design services and get some feedback on that. I mean, that's a whole process in and of itself before we make a premature decision as to how it's going to be
process of building.
Process of building it. That's a completely separate item, meaning let's take one step at a time. Meaning, even though I do believe we should have started this a year and a half ago in the least, let's get the architects on board to present some ideas to us. And I think once we get those ideas, as council would be better able to make an informed decision as to the process they want to follow to have this facility built. Thank you.
Ms. Cruz, how could we have started this a year and a half ago when a year and a half ago we were still working from the premise that we had a design that included senior housing, and we had to unwind from that because there wasn't funding for that and it couldn't fit on the footprint that we had. So how could we possibly have done this a year and a half ago? Weren't we still sorting out whether or not that last rendition was even usable?
I think it wasn't until November or December of 2011 that we finally got direction that we were not going to include housing.
Absolutely
Well,
not.
it's-
If you don't mind.
No, I do mind.
But she said
I-
December of 2011. I don't think so.
I do mind. It's my
No,
time.
considering the fact that you're making the comment.
It's my time.
I appreciate
I
that.
do mind. It is my time.
But you're making a comment to counter what I said, and I expect her to be accurate.
You'll have 3 minutes at the end of the meeting. Now, Ms. Cruz, I just want some clarity.
Yeah, I realize I misstated. We actually made
Yeah, you
that
definitely misstated. Thank you.
that decision in around August, July of 2011. But then
2010.
Please don't interrupt her.
but
She didn't interrupt you.
we were going to turn around,
information out. I
and
want it to
we
be
had
accurate.
not yet decided whether we were going to use the building itself or whether we were going to go for a new building. And we were trying to get that decision as to whether we were going to lop off the housing and just use the existing design, or whether we were going to start new. And that decision about starting new took place in about November of 2011. And then soon after that, the dissolution of redevelopment occurred, and we had to wait until we got the necessary approvals on the ROPS that we were going to be able to go forward and actually use our bond proceeds, because the original AB 26 did not allow us to, or did not secure our ability to use bond proceeds in a straightforward manner. But
Okay.
now that's been clarified.
Okay, whether you're 30 days off some, the point that I'm making is that there was a year and a half ago, we were just coming to grips with the fact that the design that had been put forward included housing, it was not funded, it could not be done, and then we were going through the discussion as to whether or not the architectural design could be lopped off from the top and moving forward. I mean, that's my recollection.
It was actually before you were elected, Mayor. It was in August of 2010.
I just wanted to be clear on that. All right.
August of 2010.
Councilman Morales, Franklin. Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk.
Agency members, Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. CSA 5.
Yes. Staff report recommending authorization be given to select 3 accounting firms to be submitted to the County Auditor Controller's Office for their approval, enabling the successor agency to enter into a contract with one of the firms to complete the required reports for the determination of the unobligated low to moderate income housing fund balance and non-housing fund balance available for transfer to other taxing entities pursuant to AB 1484.
I so move.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency members, Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
I adjourn the City Council successor agency. Call to order the Inglewood Housing Authority. Call the roll.
A quorum is present.
H2.
Approval of the minutes held July 10th, 2012.
Move approval.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency member Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. H3.
Staff report recommending approval of an agreement with Kane, Balmer, and Berkman for legal advice and representation on activities necessary in completing the affordable housing project and program previously performed by the former redevelopment agency.
Move approval.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Buds.
Aye. H4 and
Staff report recommend.
we already did that under DR3.
Yeah.
Will adjourn the Inglewood Housing Authority convene the Inglewood Public Financing Authority. Could you call the
Quorum is
roll?
present.
F1.
Approval of the minutes held July 10th, 2012.
Move approval.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency member Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. CM1.
No verbal reports, Mayor.
A1.
We need to can we reconvene that
Oh.
and go into council, please?
Okay, well, I never adjourned this as council, but I'll do that. We'll reconvene the council.
Thank you. A quorum is present.
Okay. A1.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. There was a closed session held as to CS1, closed session personnel exemption under Government Code Section 54957, selection of Public Works Director. Discussions were held, however, no final action was taken. There was a closed session held as to CS2, closed session confidential conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6A, Employee Organization, Service Employees International Union, Inglewood Management Employees Organization, Inglewood Executive Organization, Inglewood Police Officers Association, Inglewood Police Management Association, Inglewood Police Civilian Management Association. Negotiators for the city is Artie Field, City Manager, Jack Hoffman, Chief Negotiator, Human Resources, Labor, and Labor Relations Consultant. Regarding conduct of negotiations regarding salaries and benefits. Discussions were held, however, no final action was taken. CS3 was pulled. CS4 was pulled. There was a closed session held as to CS5. Closed session confidential attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9B1, claim of ride links. Request a motion to authorize payment of invoice.
So moved.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens. Councilmember Stevens.
Okay, this is for
CS5.
CS5. Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye.
And CS6 and CSA1 were pulled, so that concludes the reports out of closed session for this evening. There are no verbal reports tonight.
Thank you.
No reports, thank you.
Thank you. And no report from the city treasurer. We have a presentation.
We did that.
Well, not this one. We have a presentation. Mr. Spencer, could you come forward? Wayne?
Wayne.
Could you come forward? That's right. We have a proclamation declaring August 26, 2012 as Jamaican Independence Family Day. And it's whereas 50 years ago, Jamaica gained its independence on August 6, 1962 from Great Britain. And whereas an independent nation, Jamaica has grown through its music, diverse, multicultural character, and broad-based economy supported by strong entrepreneurship at both home and abroad. And whereas Jamaica has various national symbols, which are representative of their rich history and culture, the national flag, tree, fruit, and bird, all of which signify its rich culture, which defines Jamaicans, who are extremely proud of from where they come. And whereas Jamaican Independence Day is officially recognized as a national holiday in Jamaica, and whereas the Jamaican community in Inglewood has had a great presence in our community, now therefore be it known that the mayor and council members of the city of Inglewood, California, do hereby proclaim August 26, 2012 as Jamaican Independence Family Day in the city of Inglewood. And the Jamaican track team did extremely well in the Olympics this year. Mr. Smith, do you have any words?
Yes, I do. Mr. Mayor, City Council, the entire city of Inglewood and staff, on behalf of the Council General of Jamaica to Los Angeles, I want to thank you all for the participation, the full way in which you participated in our commemorative services last week, Sunday. It was a wonderful event, and you enriched it beyond anything any of us in the Caribbean diaspora could have anticipated. Each of you individually just gave to us so much, and in turn, we Jamaicans just want to reach out and emphasize to the city of Inglewood that you are our core city in Southern California as far as we're concerned. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Steve.
I didn't expect this guy.
What I do like that?
August.
That was nice.
Public comments. Any persons wishing to address the city council on any matter connected with city business, not elsewhere considered on the agenda, may do so at this time. And one thing I'm going to caution people, I've been very liberal on this, but we're not supposed to name individual council members. We're not supposed to name other members of the public. And I'm going to start enforcing that. And if you do that, your time's going to be terminated, and you're going to just be asked to leave. But we're going to be more civil here. We've had enough. I said to name people for criticism. You can name the city in general, but what I'm saying, you're going to stop singling out council people, right? And you know what I'm talking about. Ethel, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Mayor, City Councilor, in continuing the celebration of Jamaica's 50th anniversary, on the 26th, as I said, we intend to have a grand celebration in Ed Vincent Park. And we hope all the citizens of Inglewood will be there to share in the festivities, the food, dance, theater, and who knows, I may even sing. You never know. I also want to extend a great thank you to U.S. vets that actually retired the colors after the independence ceremony. They just happened to work for me. And as I see here, Consolidated is in the room. Consolidated has extended to us, my company, Spencer for Hire Security Guards, an opportunity to provide guard services. I want to thank each council person that may have extended my name or our company and said how noteworthy we are in facilitating this type of thing to happen to us. Again, I want to thank you. I'm deeply touched. And today, the chief came to the Rotary Club of Inglewood and spoke to us in a very eloquent style to speak about his plans for carrying the city forward as he's allowed to do. So again, thank you everybody so much. Wonderful day.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Joseph Texera, and although you wouldn't know it by his silence and lack of action concerning my complaints of police and city misconduct, my councilman is Mike Stevens. I've repeatedly told this council about blatantly unprofessional and or dangerous conduct by IPD detectives, officers, IPD's Captain Sissick, and the former Chief Seabrooks. And the public has seen the council chair repeatedly spend significant time at these meetings disrespecting and misleading the public alone or with the help of Sissick and Seabrooks about my complaints. Literally every time the council chair has spoke about my complaints, he's acted unprofessionally and blatantly misled the public. That's just a fact. And he's attempted to scare me away by reading my home address on television when he knew I was a witness to and collected evidence for IPD from a shooting on my street. The council chair has repeatedly told the public that there were no victims of that shooting, even though Chief Seabrooks admitted that bullet shells were found at the crime scene. And IPD's own phone logs prove both that several people in the area reported the shots and that I told IPD that night on tape that the victims returned and confirmed to myself and my neighbors that they were shot at. The council chair has also helped cover up the illegal withholding of public records that prove my complaints of IPD misconduct. Because of the council chair's clear history of misusing his powers as council chair to mislead the public, hide violent crime, and misconduct of both police and city officials, I ask this council to vote to remove the council chair from this position. And the council and the public can still sign an online petition supporting that action by going to www.change.org, typing in James Butts in the find box, and signing the petition. And at the last meeting, I cited court documents that evidence misconduct by the council chair when he was Santa Monica's police chief and the lead defendant in the infamous civil rights case, Butts versus McNally. Court documents state that at that time, Chief Butts issued a training bulletin in which he told Santa Monica's police officers, quote, that they may continue to question a suspect who has invoked his Fifth Amendment, unquote. Court documents also say that even after the court published a decision saying that officers who deliberately question people in violation of Miranda deliberately question people in violation of Miranda rules may be sued, the council chair did not rescind or advise his training bulletin or discipline the guilty officers. According to the Yale Law Journal, James Butts Police Department, quote, conceded the existence of both the training materials and the policy of deliberately violating the Miranda rules, unquote. Deliberately violating people's civil rights and teaching others how to do the same. Is that the kind of person we want running these meetings? Of course not. So I'm asking the council to again condemn and replace James Butts as the council chairperson because we as residents of Inglewood cannot risk someone running these meetings that might deliberately violate the law and the civil rights of Inglewood's residents. You have another minute?
No, you can't.
My name is Alfonso Fonda. I'm a Vietnam veteran. Thanks for congrats on all this here shortcoming here. I was one of the engineers that you people spoke about before I retired years ago. One of the audience told me some good news tonight that I had heard that practically the whole VA understood it right. The administrative personnel was fired, walked out, fired. I am a conscious objector. It's not military history. They don't publicize it. They were sending us to Vietnam. I keep speaking to this because it's a travesty. To show you how bold they are, this new vice president, or hoped to be vice president, for the Republicans, a 42-year-old who had more time in the womb in 1972 than he did when Vietnam was over with. He is going to change health care. So this is not Obama's health care. This has been in the works a long time. Far back as 80 years ago, which is 1932. This is what's going on. People get your head out the sand. They're coming after you. 1932, that was the first government funding programs in general to help John Q. Public, us, entitlements in general. This is what they're after. The VA, disabled American veterans, I can prove this. All I need to be talked to, and I was told by some of the people in City Hall here that some congressmen wanted my information. I gave it to him, and I hope he talks to me because I'm going to blow him out the water. Before this health care passed, I was at Maxine Waters' town hall meeting, August 22nd, 2009. I told her who I was. I mean, that there was nothing wrong with Social Security, Medicare, GR, none of these programs. It never was. It was driven on the rocks by the Veterans Administration, classifying veterans and rolling them into these here programs instead of doing what the VA was supposed to be doing, which was take care of us like they were supposed to. It's coming into fruition now. And I want you to know I'm not through. This is treason and espionage, what these people have been doing. It's not ethics problems with congressmen who vote and carry this out, because I've had a top secret clearance my whole life up until I retired at 45 years old. Department of Security documentation. I know how documents are handled and declassified. And these people have been handling and using them and making decisions. That is espionage and treason. I want you to know that. And it's wrong. Your grandfathers, we shouldn't have to fight for what is ours. Never should have. We'll probably be all dead before we get what's ours, but I will beat you to death with it until somebody changes us here. It gave us a death sentence in Vietnam. As you look at me now, I'm dying.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gee, what I have to say is minute compared to some of these others, but it's about the North Park project. the maintenance of North Park. And Mr. Fields, I think I should address this to you, and maybe you could check into all these problems. I'd like to say the date. I have a correction on the date. The tennis court on 8/10, we observed broken glass on the playing surface, leaves and twigs all over, the trash not dumped. The gates open even when the sign, which is a very old sign, says closed for maintenance. Well, we never see any maintenance going on there. The new benches that were built to put on the tennis court so people could sit down, very poorly installed, by the way. They're anchored only in two corners, one in front, one in the back. So they're easily able to pick those up and break them, which they did. There is one broken bench already. The lawn mowing, they leave when they do mow the lawn, and might I say, if we left our lawn grow like that lawn is growing back there, we'd be in deep trouble. Okay, because they're not even mowing it. And when they do, they don't get all around, and they leave clumps of grass all over the lawn, all right? And of course, they're mowing over dog poop, which people bring in their dogs unleashed, and they let them poop all over, and they leave it there. We observed a homeless person, not the person itself, but his belongings, on the park grounds. The next day he was gone. I don't know. All right, the playground equipment, that beautiful playground equipment that we put in, dirty, sticky, mucky. We never see anyone cleaning it. The tables, the benches, everything is dirty. People are using it, but they're leaving their filth behind. On the way into the park, there is a dangerous pipe sticking above ground like this. I believe it's to hold a pole, which the pole is nowhere around, to keep cars from driving through the park. But that pipe is sticking up 3-4 inches above the ground, easily tripped over. Okay, the bathroom. Why was that project held up? We don't know. Nobody knows. There's holes in the ground all over the place. They're building. Pipes were put in. They're still digging. Today they started again.
Mrs. Kadirian, we're at time, and I haven't let anybody else go over. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'd be glad to let you talk to staff, but we just can't do this all right now. Please.
Okay.
Okay. And the city manager's been taking notes. Thank you
For everything you've done thus far for the city, and I appreciate you.
Thank you
very much. I was just asking about, like you were talking about, you had a problem in the city, in the senior center for air conditioner energy. I have a friend that has a battery that it's like solar, it's new technology, and it could run the whole thing. I could introduce you to them if you want further information on that. Number two, who do you call when you see like a hole in the street or water going everywhere or whatever? I mean, what number do you call for that?
There's a number of numbers you could call. You could call the front desk, 310-412-5210. You could call City Hall, 412-5301.
5301.
Mm-hmm.
What's the first? Okay, that's.
But the first number I gave you is a 24-hour number, and that's the front desk.
So what's the last four?
310-412-5210.
5210.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I notice those things. Why did you guys close the weight room in Darby Park?
No, she said for like a leaking water main, something needs an immediate
There was
response.
water going all over one day in front of on the street and stuff like
right,
that.
Exactly.
For things like that, I never know who to call.
Right.
That's all. Why did you guys close? Why was Darby's weight room closed?
What?
Darby's weight room, exercise room.
I can answer
It was my understanding that the equipment was non-functional and was considered hazardous, need to be replaced. That I spoke to the young. I asked the same question because I toured the parks, and he told me that last week.
Yeah, I used it every day.
I know, but I'm telling you that's what the reason was, that it.
Even the sauna.
I don't know about the sauna, but I know the weight room equipment is obsolete.
So,
Yes.
excuse me. Is it going to stay closed?
It would probably until we have enough money to replace the equipment.
Okay, thank you. There's one more question. Yeah, the elevator in the library. They have a ramp, yeah, but disabled people, if you don't have a wheelchair, you really, I mean, three weeks in a row, the library elevator goes to the second floor and the third floor, but not on the first. Bottom underneath, there's like a yellow tape across it, and you can't.
Well, actually, there is an elevator on the east side of the building, and you would have to go up into the library and come out to
you have to go up a ramp,
to the plaza, and you can get to the second elevator.
You got to go up the ramp. If you're disabled, you can't. I mean, it's hard.
But I would imagine you could go in the east doors. There's an elevator that goes to the first floor on the east side of the building.
I think that's the elevator I'm talking about. It's always taped up.
You know, I don't know that to be the case.
Well, yeah, right. If you walk out the door, the elevator like this has yellow tape across it every day.
Okay,
Or it's
ma'am.
been for the last
Ma'am,
2 weeks.
it sounds like you have a list, and you're
That's
at your
it.
you're at
That's
your
all I'm
all
asking
right.
about.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Peace and blessings.
Again, good evening. Leroy Fisher, First District. To begin with, I'd like to congratulate Spence and wish you well with regard to the Jamaican independence. I will say to you all, though, that the Inglewood Wiseman Club, which has been involved in this city through the YMCA for more than 74 years, had its annual installation picnic at Alondra Park on this past Sunday. We had about 100 people, many of them from the city of Inglewood, and at that time we inducted 2 new members. I say that to you to say to you that Inglewood is still interested in having a YMCA here in this city. I say that to you to say that the people who are members of that organization and who support the International Wiseman throughout the world and the things that we do are still here. Last year, if you can remember, I invited the staff and all the council people. No one showed, and so I figured that you would all be busy on this Sunday, or this past Sunday when we had it. I say those things to you, you know, with regard to always talking about the youth here in the city and the things that you propose to do for them. But I say to you again that YMCA was here for 74 years, you know, and, you know, we still have the youth here that need facilities like that. You have all these properties here that are vacant and standing, you know. So I would that some of you would begin to talk to LA Metro YMCA about proposing some of those properties again for a YMCA. I would hope that you would, some of you might consider that. The youth are very important in the city. You know, I was listening to Councilman Dunlap, and she was querying Mrs. Watson about these finances that they had been given through grants and whatnot. And it never came up, but I know that all these people were paid salaries. But these meetings that they had and these grant funds that they're going to be having and using over these 3 years or whatever, are those funds in addition to the regular salaries? And you know, I just wonder, because I don't think we get too much, and I'm talking about we, the residents of the city, from this city, and it's kind of sad to me. I mean, you talk about things, but we never get anything. Thank you.
Dennis Kandurian, District 2. I'd like to address the North Park bathroom construction project. Kids are climbing over the construction fence to retrieve balls and snoop around. They've broken the glass in the temporary office there. And as of 8/14, that's today, I believe, still nothing's been happening at the park. I'd like to inform you that, and I'm sure the city knows this, is that nothing's been happening. The construction stopped there for at least a month. And the contractor, in my opinion, it looks like to me he's rented a power pole, temporary power pole. And he has to pay monthly on that, I'm sure. He's got a trailer and an office, storage for his tools, and an office. And he's paying rent on that, I'm sure. And that's where the window's broken on that. And he's renting a bin there that for dirt, to haul away dirt. And that's sitting there. I'm sure he's paying rent on that. In the meantime, everything is held up by this city because of permits or something like that. And it seems like to me, you could fix all that later on, just like most police departments fix a problem when they accidentally shoot somebody. They just fix it later on the report. So you could just do that with this. You know what you want, just build it. Get it done, and you write the reports and the inspections and all that later and all the approvals later. You could do that. If police departments get away with it, you could do it too. You know? And about a lot of wasted time there. Meantime, there's dirt on the sidewalk and kids could slip and fall and it's wet there. And there's rebar sticking out of the ground, and if kids go in there to play around or retrieve ball, they could fall right and trip right through the eyeball. So you're setting yourselves up for a nice lawsuit.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman Al Davis, 2nd District. I want to talk about a couple of things that have come to mind. We had staff discuss Market Street and how we're going to have the light rail come through there. And it came to mind that they did a study on the Blue Line. I don't know if you're familiar with it, just recently, where apparently this Blue Line has become the most dangerous line, I believe they said, the country, as far as deaths are concerned. And yeah, it's at grade from pretty much beginning to end. And I may be beating a dead horse, but I hope you guys can impose upon the powers that be that we really need to put in the safest line that we can, because it's going all through residential. Some areas where the Blue Line goes through, it's industrial. But it's gonna. I hope we don't build in a nightmare. And the other thing is that, speaking of nightmares, our school district, it's heartbreaking. I've been to a couple of school board meetings. It's in a very small locale. Would it be possible to have a meeting, maybe downstairs, just a general meeting to let people know what exactly has happened? Maybe when the people from California, from Sacramento show up, maybe we can have a meeting with them. This is no joke. It's just really sad for me. and I don't have any kids, but I was made to appreciate education and what it means, and I never thought I would witness this sort of thing happening. This is the 9th one to go in the state of California. I'm from Vallejo, California. It's like deja vu all over again. Ours is the same thing. And I guess that's all I want to talk about. I wish I could finish on a positive note, but this is one of those times I just can't. You folks have a good night. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, City Council. I'd just like to say, once again, the Endeavor project coming through Inglewood is a positive thing. Like a man back in the 80s used to say, his name was Donnie Simpson. If you shoot for the moon, good. But if you miss it, you're still amongst the stars. And isn't that a beautiful thing when you're studying science? Okay, now that's the positive side of things on the Endeavor. Now let's look at, we have international terrorists and we also have domestic terrorists. Domestic, I mean as in gangs, people not looking at the city in a positive light, and we're talking about image of Inglewood. For this, I am talking about, we're going to come up with a plan. You, as council, with the acting chief or whoever we decide, with the acting chief, come up with a plan to incorporate the CHP and the sheriffs to patrol our outer streets while our own police watch our residents enjoy the festivities of Endeavor coming throughout the city. I hate to talk about the dark side of things to do, but we also know that domestic terrorism is also a way to ruin a public event and say in the paper, well, Inglewood had a good idea, but some knucklehead or knuckleheads tried to ruin it for the city. This we must head off right away. These are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Mary Roseanne. I am the coordinator for the preschool program here in the city of Inglewood. I'd like the Council to close our meeting tonight in honor of one of our fallen teachers, Isabel Marie Hall, better known as Mike Hall. Most of the children would know her as Mrs. Hall. She died recently at the age of 87. She was an employee of the city of Inglewood and a long-term resident. Mike Hall started her career in 1960, and she was the first preschool teacher at Rogers Park. I'd just like for you all to acknowledge her. Thank you.
Her name again?
Isabel Hall.
Isabel
But we all
Hall.
call her Mike.
All right.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor, Council,
Good
staff. My original reason for coming to this meeting tonight was to give some good news.
Okay.
As you know, I'm Denniker Petra contractor. I'm actually working on the houses that you have out here, the two of them. And I wanted to congratulate you and thank you on hiring local Inglewood residents. Because as a contractor in Inglewood, all of my staff is 100% Inglewood residents. So about 15 people got jobs. So I know people always beating you up on the negative, so I'm giving you something positive. And then earlier today, one of the councilmen called me and asked me to go take a look at an electrical issue at the Veterans Stadium. And that's what I did, and came reported back the findings. But again, my initial reason for coming here was to give you guys the good news in the sense of, I know we were having an issue on hiring in another project, but when they hired directly, you guys hired directly, we have no red tape. So everyone that was qualified, that lived and worked in the city of Inglewood, that came to me for jobs, and we had the jobs, we hired them. So I wanted to give you something positive that was going on in the city that you guys actually caused.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Inglewood family. You ready to go to bed, huh? Okay.
No, we'll wait for you, Wild Bill.
Okay. You're going to have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know how to go about it, but I didn't mean to create a problem for you guys when we started that deal over there.
You didn't create a problem at all.
At the senior center. I'm really glad you're getting it done. Tomorrow they're going to be meeting for decisions on primary planning of a new senior center over there, and it'll be at 10:30 in the morning. So if anyone's got any ideas at all, come on over and put your 2 bits in, and I hope it gets to rolling good. And with that, good night.
Good night, sir.
Actually, Mayor, I have a question for Wild Bill.
Mm-hmm.
What meeting are you talking about?
Oh, it's a meeting for, it's not an established group yet, but it's going to be a sounding meeting for the new senior center.
Just a group of residents are getting together, or did staff help organize it? Or
Yes. Well, there's a retired lady, Skip Holland, and there's June Chavez and me, and I don't know, there'll be some other people that are around. So if you guys got any ideas, that's what it's all about.
All right, thank you.
And we don't know what to put in one, so there you go.
Thank you.
I want to thank him for bringing up Skip's name. I actually forgot about that. Why are we paying someone who doesn't speak another language translation service fees? That was on your documents tonight, and y'all approved it. But I guess we just like her because she does show up quite often there, and yet, as far as I know, she doesn't speak another language besides English. But we'll find something else. Tonight, my major concern is all this arguing that's rather amusing. When people who weren't here start talking about stuff that they didn't witness, that just always tends to make it amusing. But the concentration that we have on that clock, doggone it, I wish you cared about those numbers that are in the finance books much more than you cared about the ones that are on the little clock. Because then we probably wouldn't have the problems that we're in. You see, I was just looking at the recognized obligation payment schedule. First of all, there's those typos. Honestly, someone should learn how to fix the typos. I don't know what THROUGHT is supposed to spell, but that's just the one on the first page. But when it gets to the Madison Square Garden project, I'm sorry, the 21 millions for the Hollywood Park, it just seems that we continually press repeat, and we don't even know what we're repeating because it doesn't apply. And then we have the demolition over here, and we don't have an address to correspond. Are you just going to pick cute little places to demolish? Because there is no correspondence here to go with what these numbers represent. And yes, I knew the pages do go out. I've played with spreadsheets all of my life, but these don't seem to work. So I'm glad you approved something that I'm confident that most of you didn't know what you were approving, simply because it's kind of status quo. And I'm going to go back to last week now and say, when someone says that it is just a couple of things that go wrong in our accounting, that's kind of like saying most of the time the surgeons cut off the body part of the right person. It's always critical to know what you're paying, who you're paying, and why you're paying it. And that seems to be something that just escaped you. When you were going back over the audit, I can't think of anything worse than to sit there and say, most of the time the numbers are good. Most of the time, the planes don't blow up. Most of the time, surgeons operate on the right person. Our numbers should be double-checked, they should be balanced, they should be accurate, and lo and behold, the most important numbers in this city are the ones on that ever-loving clock. How sad is that?
Your time, Mr. Brown.
Well, I'm here. Miss Yvonne did a good job tonight. I want to give kudos to Mark Ridley Thomas, supervisor on the NASA thing. And I want to clarify something. When I got up here to talk about the space shuttle, I didn't know you were in the paper, Mayor. Anyway, what I was talking about was the damages. NASA, not the space shuttle. You all ran up here. Y'all not thinking about the after effect like an earthquake. That big thing coming through Inglewood across that bridge and gonna cross 405. That's what I was talking about. It's not the point of the space shuttle. It's the point of what damages it's doing and why NASA won't pay this city. They coming through here. They got the money. That's federal. They have the money. We the one broke the state. And no one is asking for any money. These guys I want to apologize to. I thought they was with NASA, but they was with the Science Center. So I must apologize when I'm wrong. I was wrong on that. I agree with them for the Science Center. Now, the reason why I brought that up, biggest boldest say need beds for homeless Inglewood vets. Now, we could see what those millions of dollars will do from NASA. I want to thank Councilman Mike Stevens for getting my money for the damages of my car. Anybody have problems when it come to your money and anyone in this city, go to Mike Stevens or Ralph Franklin, you get your money. Another thing, District 2, my councilwoman, I sent an email. I feel, Mayor, I need you to answer this question. I need your answer. I sent an email to your intern chief earlier today. I didn't get any response. I think I paid enough taxes to get a response from your intern chief, your acting chief. I had to send the email, Councilman Dunlap, to Councilman Franklin because I didn't know your email address. So I guess until you give him the okay, he'll answer me. I expect an answer. I pay taxes too. I expect him to answer my letter, if it's okay with you. And one other thing I wanted to say, the lady that died, it was one other thing I wanted to say about North Park. Those are baby kids. And there's nothing really you could do with baby kids but lock it down. Another thing, the elevator. You sit right here, all of you all sit up there and promise those elevators would be fixed. You did, Artie. Now I'm gonna hold you up to that. Fix the elevator. That woman coming here is a handicap. And we should care about people like that. I do. She hit a sensitive button.
Miss Austin,
so fix those elevators. What you did with all that millions y'all took?
Miss Austin, your time.
Fix them
elevators.
Miss
Austin, we're at time.
You done got locked up in there. Fix them elevators. And congratulations.
We close public comment. Are there any council comments? Prayerfully, short.
Yes, I have just this here I'd like to mention here, which is, well, we mentioned a young lady came here on behalf of Isabel Maria Hall, 87 years old, Inglewood resident. But, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking that we close the meeting in honor of Augusta Bush, with deepest sympathies to Commissioners Bill and Pat Sanders. Augusta Bush was Commissioner Bill Sanders' aunt and passed away on July 30th. Augusta Bush was originally from Louisiana and a longtime resident of Los Angeles, as well as an employee of Mattel Toy Company with my mother. She also worked at Mattel and the County of Los Angeles. She is survived by her loving son, Graylon Martell, and many family members and friends. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, if you would adjourn the meeting in her honor. I'd just also like to say this, is that many of us in this community came here in the 60s, African Americans in the 60s. 70s, felt that you were purchasing a home in an area that was on the upswing, and while you were going to work every day, it went sort of in a different direction, in my opinion. I have this opinion based upon what I've seen, because I've been here since I was a young child, and I know what it once was, and I know where we've gone, where we are today. But I have hope that we will one day move in a different direction upward as we once were. And so I want to conclude with that. And I appreciate all of you coming here and participating in these city council meetings. I do not feel that any of you have to apologize for any statement that you may make. You have no reason to even feel intimidated. You have a right to come to that microphone, say what's on your mind, and our responsibility, in my opinion, is to listen to you and also react to whatever your concerns are. And so I just want you to know that I appreciate you. And then with that, I'm going to conclude, and I hope all of you drive home safely this evening. And thank you for your time.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes. I want to thank Mary Ruzan for coming here this evening and asking us to adjourn the meeting in memory of Isabel Hall. Thank you, Mary, for doing that. She was a very important member of our community and affected the lives of hundreds and hundreds of children over the years. So we appreciate you coming here and making that announcement on her behalf and her family's behalf. I want to congratulate Wayne Spencer with regard to receiving that proclamation for Jamaica. Wayne is a District 2 Police Oversight Commissioner, and which both my commissioners are here tonight, so I really appreciate that. I want to speak about North Park for a moment, and that is that the contractor, as was referenced, they have increased costs because of the delays that we caused on that construction of the bathroom. As was referenced, they've rented all these, the trailer and tried to set up, and this was a city project. It was supposed to be finished by the end of July. Now it's mid-August, and they were just given permission to proceed yesterday. And this is after they've been out there. And I think it's horrible that we have a city project that we're doing on city property, and delay after delay after delay. It was set in building and safety for 6 or 7 weeks, and then just everything compounded. So I'm glad it's being started. Finally, and I want these items remedied that the Iskandarians brought to your attention. I appreciate you brought them in writing, so they will be fixed, because we can't have also the physical hazards that are there. It is a liability for the city, so thank you for taking the time to bring that to our attention. It was asked, the money that we're getting with regard to the transit center for salaries, that money is not on top of, Mr. Fisher, in addition to. It's in place of normal salary sources, whether it's general fund or whatever it might be. So it's just assisting the city, you might say, with paying a part of their salary.
Thank you.
Now, getting back to the senior center, in August of 2010, it was determined that at a workshop on the senior center that there would be no housing. So that happened in August of 2010. Our former mayor, Danny Tabor, was, I think, had already been elected for mayor at that time. But anyway, it was a 4-member council, and he was there. So I would hope that out of respect for everybody who sits here, when someone wants to put forth some information, they're not interrupting. This is a business meeting. We want accurate information to be given to the public. This is not supposed to be a fight up here. And we talk about chastising the audience. I think there's people in the audience who think the council needs to be chastised. We none of us up here should be bullied or hammered at or talked down to. And if somebody has some information as a point of order to correct the record, then let the record be corrected. Maybe you don't have a different, the same experience level, like you weren't here. And someone was here, so let them put it on the record. And if staff researches and comes back later, that's fine as well. It's all about providing information to the public. These are public meetings. And another comment I heard someone say is this is not the place for that certain kinds of discussions with new ideas. This is the place for new ideas to be discussed amongst all the council in a public setting. That's what the law requires, actually. We're not supposed to be discussing things behind closed doors. The public setting is the appropriate venue. So with that, I'll say good evening.
Thank you. And I just want to say this. I really didn't want to talk today, but I can speak from when I came on the council. When I came on the council, it was my understanding this project was stalled. That's all I heard about for 14 months as I ran for office. And the state was that it had languished. We had a 2-story building concept that was going nowhere. All of us got together that were on. I don't think Councilman Stevens was there at the time. And we decided that we'd go a new direction. There were lawsuits or were claims for damages about architects that had been paid for the prior design, and we had cross complaints, and we sorted this out so that we could move forward. So the point that I was making, and it's still a valid point, is that 18 months ago we weren't in a position to move forward because we didn't even know where we were. And so that's my recollection. That's all I was trying to put forward. And I want to close the meeting in the name of Gusta Bush, with sympathies to the Sanders, in the name of Isabel Marie Hall, Isabel Mike Hall, I guess, and we're adjourned. Thank you.